Hello? I need to make my tweet, don't mind me. Oh yeah, you never saw the intro yesterday because you were late! I forgot! It's a banger! I will at myself. Ugh. I just got a message from Mips being like, bro, that is 5 hours long! Oh, thank you for the resub. Oh gosh, what was I doing? Did I even post that? I think I got no, I got distracted. Or did I? No, I didn't. Don't look at it. There we go. Banger alert. Right there. Listen, we were busy yesterday. I mean, if you want to be here, I'm sure we could fill you in. Give you the lowdown on what happened. Lord. I freaking love to see a banger opening. Alright. Just press the button again. I don't even know. I've already forgotten where we were when we left. Although I won't lie, I was literally last night when I was trying to fall asleep. I was like, I started thinking about the game. And I was like, I don't know. This theory might be just too much. But I did have a little bit of a theory. But I have no idea. Just push this new game. For no reason. No. Where even are we? A game theory. Potentially. Let me get back in here. Actually, what can I see from the menu again? I don't know. There might have been a brain wrinkle, but I'm not sure. It might be like, it might be too meta. It might be too meta. But I can tell you a couple things. First of all, I rewatched, one of the videos that I had watched about this game back in the day. Which is why I actually knew about the game. And, wait, how do you get to the old ones, or are these just all of them? I was gonna say, it looks like there's new and Anyway, I'll put us here. Um, and so it is true that I can't, when those choices pop up, it is just a thing that on your first playthrough, you can't make any choice. It sets you on a path. So, that is the default. Because I know we had confusion. We had confusion about that yesterday. There was confusion, but I found that out, and I think that's what I was thinking about a little bit. Because I was like, because the game mechanic, I guess, is you can either see like something positive, or you see something like negative, and the video didn't go into it too much, but apparently like really bad shit could happen in the negative ones, like really dark things. So I'm like thinking, is this purely like a game thing? Or I was thinking about the other two characters and how they mentioned powers, and I was like, I had that moment where I was like, does our main character have a power and he just doesn't know it yet? Or is it just, I was like, that might be too meta, but I was like, we don't know where these powers come from. But yeah, I was thinking about it, and I was like, I wonder, is the, but yeah, I think he said there's like seven different routes, but I've already forgotten if it's 7 routes and not a true ending. But yeah, there's a lot in this game apparently. I have no idea if we'll go that far, but so Mips, to give you a rundown, in like the worst rundown that I could possibly give, basically, at the beginning of the game, there was an earthquake. Sam, hello! You're just in time for my really terrible reenactment of what we have witnessed so far. There was this earthquake that just absolutely destroyed Shibuya. Which actually, I found out, is what happened in the previous game. But it's cool, because you don't, like, I guess that it ties them together as a series, but this is still like a standalone, so even if you haven't played the other one, you're fine. But yeah, apparently the big earthquake that is like a huge thing that happened, however many years ago, was from the previous, I think Chaos Head is the game that's from. But yeah, so that happened. Very bad. Terrible earthquake. They rebuilt Shibuya, and there's a lot of people that have like PTSD and stuff from this earthquake and just all the bad things that happened during it, because everything was just like destroyed. People were going nuts. Like it was very dark. And I think it was right before the earthquake. Well, actually, no, I won't mention that yet. Rick, hello! How are you feeling? I saw you got COVID, you got the big stinky. We hate this. But, yeah, at the beginning of this game, after it shows you about the earthquake, you meet this guy who is, he's live streaming, and he's like, man, I'm gonna go cut some cheese, because I want to eat this cheese. And then all of a sudden he gets this weird knock on his door, and he gets really freaked out about it, because it's like 11:30 at night. But, you know, he goes and answers, and he knows who it is, and he lets them in. And then he goes back to cutting his cheese. And whoever he let in helped him with the cheese. Because he was struggling with the knife. And so he goes back to his stream, and he starts eating the cheese, and then he realizes that the chat's going crazy, and also that he thought it was just 5 minutes that passed, but it was actually 15. And he slowly realizes that what he is eating is not cheese, and actually his arm that he sliced up on a plate, thinking it was cheese. And he sure ate a little bit of it. The forbidden crunchy cheese. And then he just dies on stream. You know. Yeah, it is less relatable. And whoever was there, the stream didn't hear them. Or no, they did hear them, but they didn't see them. And they just left. They were like, okay, bye. Like, straight up, they saw him die, and then they just said goodbye and left. So, you know, that was like the first 10 minutes, 30 minutes of the game. And then... But the thing with this guy is... He had some weird... power that he could tell the future. And he was, like, using that to finally succeed in life. Because his stream was starting to do really well. He was starting to get the big numbers. But it never explains how he got this power. It also didn't help him in the end, if you know what I mean. Just that he had, like, saw on an occult website or something that other people were like, I don't know if it has to do with, if they think it has to do with the earthquake and some weird shit happening from there, but yeah, so we met him, and then we immediately meet this this girl who is part of a band, and she doesn't want to sing for the band anymore, and she also claims to have a power, and her band's like doing really well, and you know, she's thinking about quitting, and then all of a sudden you hear the same knock at the door, and she lets someone in, but we don't get to see that. Instead, it just fast forwards to her leaving and going home, and she bumped into some people on the street, and they seemed kind of freaked out, but apparently she was still okay. But then we go to school. We have all this creepy stuff happen, and then we just get thrown into high school, where we meet our protagonist, Takaru, who is honestly a loser. I'll be real with you. He doesn't know how to talk to the normies, and he hates people that can't find information and ingest it themselves. You know? Like, he's big on... He's part of the school newspaper. So, he's always hunting for that scoop. And, he also does not know how to talk to the females, let me tell you. And boy, would he probably call them that. But... I mean, I softened up to him a little bit. At first, I was like, oh my lord, could this man, like, I get you're a high schooler, but like, bruh, you were like, mansplaining stuff. Like, he was a bit rough. He's a bit rough. But we find out that he is researching, these murders. One was the cheese guy, and the other was in fact the girl, because basically after we go through some weird high school stuff where I was like beginning to wonder if I was gonna make it through and if life was worth living, because I was like, I'm like, okay, I know visual novels are long, they have to like world build and stuff, but I'm like, you had me with the man that ate the cheese, and then you're losing me a bit. But him and his friend, they get to the newspaper club, followed by their other friend. Well, I say friend loosely. That's complicated, but she's also part of the club. She's the school president or whatever, but she's in the club too. So, she doesn't think they should be investigating any of this, by the way. But he's like, listen, I'm gonna show you this and you're gonna understand. And so he starts going over the murders, and that's when we find out what happened to the girl. Because apparently what happened to her is she was found dead, like playing her guitar just like on the side, like street performer-esque, which is what she wanted to do. But because she didn't want to sing for people anymore, she wanted to like record her voice and then just have it play that way and, you know, hide it so it would seem like a live performance. But yeah, she was very much bleeding out of her stomach. Mainly because she cut a hole in her stomach to put a stereo there, and that's what the music was coming out of. We don't know how that happened, just that that's apparently what happened to her. It was very creepy, but you know, considering, we kind of figured. So that's the first two murders. And these are important because it's revealed that before, I believe it's before the earthquake, there was this string of very gruesome murders at very specific dates. And the dates of these new murders were so far matching up with the previous ones. And we find this out on the day that, if it is a coincidence that the next murder is going to happen. And boy, does it. They find out that someone died at a love hotel because it is anime, so of course there is a love hotel. They race to the scene, and then two of them sneak in, and somehow, actually, they get past the police. They find the room. They don't see anything at first because it's dark, but the whole time they're on this floor, they hear this weird music box playing a very creepy song. And finally, they realize that there's a man on the bed who is sat up, but he is like tied, like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, he's like tied up, but it's very Hannibal, I'll be honest. If you've watched the show, he clearly is strangled to death because the bed is like slowly spinning to like the sound of the music box, and he's tied up in a very creepy looking way. And yeah, like I swear I saw that and I was like, man, if you add some like weird flesh wings, that's Hannibal. Like, it's basically Hannibal. I see it. I see the vision. To me, that's what it was like. And then there's a cop that I thought was dead, but he was just knocked out. And then there was a girl face down. You know, thank you, CD, for being able to use words better than me. But yes, he was held up on the bed by wire twisted around his neck. It was a thing. And I saw this girl and I was like, there's no way she's dead. Spoiler, she sure wasn't. We got jump scared by Misa from Death Note. I think a CD called her. We don't know her name yet because she's with the police. But apparently, there's none of her fingerprints are in the room. Like, the only thing is that she attacked the police officer. But that's the only thing that she is connected to, because I guess she woke up, she was unconscious, she sees the police officer, and she freaked out. Because apparently she was having, like, a manic episode, which, you know, tracks for everything. But yeah, so far she looks like there's completely no evidence that we know of that ties her to the man, that, like, there's no fingerprints, there's nothing in the room. And, well, the kids see this, and they freaking just, like, our main character, I think he pukes and then he passes out. So yeah, and they end up having to go talk to the police officers. They get arrested and taken in, and, basically that's where we are now, is Takaru waking up after eventually getting home because they just got a warning because they weren't actually connected to the murders or anything. And yeah, so the plot is a lot, let me tell you. There's a lot of when the game says that it's rated mature, boy does it. But it's also very strange because despite all these things happen, we had like the freaking, during like the high school bit, like we had a freaking panty show, like the wind blew in and they accidentally saw the president's underwear, and I was like, I was having whiplash with the tone where I was like, where am I? Why? And yeah, so we went from that, and then we had a guy whose head popped off like a pop rock because it was twisted off. So it's like, and apparently, I mean, we're just at the beginning. So, but all we know is that there was a string of brutal murders, and so far, the police, I don't think, know anything. I don't think they know that anything's connected, but so far they're matching the dates, these new murders. And, yeah, it's a doozy. So, we'll just, I can't remember when we ended up. I think he was, like, looking some stuff up online, but we'll just see. She got me. What did she get you with, buddy? That's right. That hypothesis was why I'd forced my way into the Love Hotel. And something had happened, just like I thought. After 3 such incidents, it was only natural to assume that there might be a connection. I can't wait till the music comes back from the war. Me just checking. It's like, nah, you're just quiet right now. The new generation madness. There it is, it's back. These are the old murders. Was it going to keep happening again? Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. We did find out that the protagonist had a really terrible nightmare that I guess was showing his past of he was an orphan from the earthquake and he like lived in these dorms with other orphans, and I guess he was also really sick after it, so the president was one of the orphans too, so they have like the sibling thing going on, but then something apparently happened, which actually no, I think that was before the earthquake, wasn't it? Because I think in that flashback, I assume it was the earthquake that happened, and then after that is when they had like a falling out or something, if I'm understanding it correctly. It's a lot. My brain is like, don't worry if you're confused, because I played 5 hours and I'm confused. Me too, buddy, me too. I suddenly felt a pain in my cheek. I reached up and saw that blood was coming out from the side of the bandage. The cut must have opened. As I took care of it, the red blood on my fingers stood out. Without warning, I felt a horrible sense of dread, like I was sinking into quicksand. I know, I need summaries. I need, like, when you freaking log into Dragon Quest, and it'll be like, this is what happened last time. I need last time on Chaos Child. I need that. Usually, I love to have a mystery to solve, but now that the case was definitely real, I hesitated. For the rest of that night, I wasn't able to do any more research about the case. Aw, yeah! We're back on the internet again, let's go! Freaking 3 death in Shibuya could mean serial killer is on the loose. New generation. King George Shadow, counter-evolutionary. What do we got? 3 suspicious deaths in Shibuya this month. Line up the dates of the new generation madness. A 4th death is predicted to occur on 10/10. Okay, so people are... They're learning, I see. Not the online forums. The thread has been archived already, excuse me. It's happening, .gif. Oh yeah, that's right. We met Kay, who does like a crime podcast, and I guess she brought it up, didn't she? That's what it was. I freaking forgot. Summary of Kay's podcast. The dates of the New Generation incident 6 years ago match the 3 deaths so far. If the pattern continues, something will happen on October 10th. Freaking, we got the group dive was in 2009, and then Don't Look at Me is the cheese man. And then Pregnant Man, which was 2007. Leaky Noise was the guitar girl. And then Crucified was in 2009. And Love Hotel Incident. They need a better name for that one. But, alright, the Vampire will be the one on October 10th, so we'll see if it happens. Let the Carnival of Miracles begin. If this is true, isn't it scary as shit? I want to know more about the 3rd death. Was it as nasty as Leaky Noise? Okay, you're so smart. Let's get married. I hate that. That's too real. That's too real, and I dislike it immensely. People shouldn't be allowed to use the internet. I went to see a ESPR 6 years ago in front of a station. I was in college then, now I'm unemployed and stay home all day. The fun's about to start again, huh? Shibuya's doomed. I'm Kay's dad. Man. I hate how real some of the internet stuff is. It's so cursed. I'm closing. How do I get out of this? Freaking internet escape, dude. Alright, October 1st, 2015. So we have 10 days, 9 days. I never know how to peak 2015, bro. At the same time. Shibuya Police Station. Oh yeah, that's the girl! Ah yes, her name is Girl. Excellent.
学生さん？それとも働いているのかな？あの柿田っていう男の人と何回もあのホテル行ってるよね。どういう知り合い？付き合ってたの？
Did she?
もし喋るのが嫌なら、うなずくとか手を振るとか何でもいいからさ。ね？どうなの？
You can be a student and have a job. No. Can only be one or the other. The officer sank back into her chair in resignation. Shinjo could sympathize. Oh yeah, that's the detective. Who I don't trust. Because I probably can, but he's young and I was like, you best not be an Adachi. I will scream. But he's probably fine. I have trauma. He just come to check on her a moment ago. But they'd been probably doing this since yesterday. Locked in an interrogation room, cut off from the outside world, and questioned by multiple officers, most people would lose their cool. They'd start to wonder what effects their words were having, and focus on every moment of the officer who was taking down notes. It wasn't hot in the room, but they'd sweat. But this girl didn't respond at all. It probably wasn't because she was used to it. If she'd ever been interrogated before, the fingerprints they'd taken would have told them who she was.
新庄さん。
ん？
やはり連れて行った方が。
Concern? To a mental hospital, you mean? It made sense. The natural assumption was that the shock of the incident had incapacitated her. Oh yeah, he said that he didn't want to do that because he thought it would make the case harder to find out things on the phone call he made. Or something like that?
捜索願いは?
This was the second day since the incident. If she lived in a normal family environment, someone should have submitted a missing persons report by now.
洗いました。ですが、当たりません。
Okay. Shinjo watched the girl as he listened to her talk. But the girl didn't move a muscle.
家庭のことを言外に含ませても動きなしか。
The normal ways weren't going to work then. She'd be sent to the hospital by dawn at this rate.
ご苦労さん。こっちで留置しておくからもういいよ。
The other officer couldn't hide her happiness as she left the room. Shinjo sat down in the chair she'd been sitting in and took a good look at the girl from the front. She was ignoring him and still looking down at the desk. She didn't even seem to notice or care that the person in front of her had changed. Shinjo remembered his conversation with Momose. After he'd hung up, she'd called back in precisely 3 minutes, just like she'd promised. And then she'd said, "My kid has a message for you." What do you mean? What do you mean a message? That says nothing! What did she say?
それだけですか？どういう意味です？
He doesn't even know either!
いいからそう聞いてごらんなさい。それで今の新庄ちゃんのような反応をしたり、変わらず黙ったままだったりしたら、残念だけど非感知しか取る手段はないそうよ。もし別の反応をしたら、もう一度連絡をちょうだい。
Also, I don't think we fully know who this Momose is because it's someone that the detective called asking for help, but it also seemed like he wasn't super supposed to ask her for help. So I don't know. I don't know about her. Uncertain. Like the trick. Mimosa. You know? Maybe. Maybe he didn't actually. Maybe he's not talking to anyone. He just went and got a little drink, talked to himself. The message didn't make much sense, but he didn't see any other way.
一つ聞きたいことがあるんだ。
There was no response, of course. He continued, uncertain if she was even hearing him.
君は持っているものに気づかれなかったのか、元から持っていないのか、どっちだ？
Do you think this is the power? Because one thing I didn't mention, because I just remembered it right now, is when the kids were in there and they saw like the bodies and everything, and you know, everyone was unconscious, and that one guy was dead. That knocking started again, and I was wondering if the reason that she's alive is because, and the reason they were still knocking is because they're looking for someone with the power. But then we don't know much about the powers yet. We've just had hints of them. But I was like, does that lady know about the powers? Much to think about. I mean, her eyebrows moved. I saw them. It worked. Her eyes moved. Instead of looking down at the desk, she was looking at Shinjo. Shinjo was surprised, but did his best to hide it.
どうなんだ？
The girl stared at him as if trying to figure him out. And then a moment later...
誰なんですか？あなたは。
She speaks! Her words were quiet but sharp. It was the same tone of voice that Shinjo used when he was interrogating a subject.
ここの刑事だ。君、名前は？
She seemed to be thinking about something as she stared at him. Her mannerisms were just like his own again. It was the same way a detective faced a criminal, trying to gain every scrap of information from what he could see. And then she slowly opened her mouth.
有村ひなえ
What do you mean your name isn't
小
Misa?
学園の学生です
Okay, so she's a student at the same high school. Interesting. I left the motorhome where I lived alone, and only then did I realize that it was evening. The sunlight must have been pouring into my room, but I hadn't noticed. I didn't really remember when I'd gone to sleep or when I'd woken up.
大丈夫だな。
I looked around and made sure that none of the scenery had changed when I'd walked the steps in front of me. Miyashita Park was just a few minutes away from Shibuya Station. It was also known as the Homeless Park. This is where I lived after I left the dorm. The first floor was a huge parking lot, or was a huge parking structure, and the second story had a futsal field and a climbing wall. It had been mostly abandoned during the recovery efforts after the Shibuya earthquake. After the quake, people who'd lost their family or who had never had a family to begin with gathered here en masse. Mitake Park, which was right next door, was supposed to be the evacuation point for this area, but Miyashita had always been a mecca for the homeless, so everyone gathered here. When people gathered, so did things. Containers filled with food, blankets, and tents, even the trailer for a motorhome that was left behind when its owner fled Shibuya. Every part of the park was overhauled to create a place for people to live. The parking lot, the futsal field, the climbing wall, etc. The next thing anyone knew, there was a society there that was big enough that the government couldn't force them out. Then some group of idiots came out to try and turn the place into temporary housing. I was shot down in less than a month. As a result, even though you could find beautifully rebuilt skyscrapers just a street away, Miyashita Park became one of Japan's biggest slums.
これいいですか？
I spoke to the man who sold newspapers, magazines, and everything else as I picked up the newspaper with today's date, October the 1st, on it.
お、タク、珍しいな新聞なんて。いいぞ、持ってけ。
いいんですか？
Can I?
どうせ余るしな。それにほれ。
He showed me the snacks and alcohol at his feet. He must have sold a lot today. There were a lot of people in the park who had enough money that they could stay in a capsule hotel if they want.
ああ、してんならできれば別のとこにな。ゴミにうるさくなってるからよ。
I thanked him and went to leave.
おいタク、電気代か。
Might move. Doesn't look. I swear he's still looking the right way, it's fine. We'll just put him over there so he can see the names.
はい。そうですけど。
He's just lost, he's trying his best.
ならついでに俺の分も頼む。南のまっちゃんからだっつって渡してくれ。
Maddie on the south side. He handed me a 1,000 yen bill. I nodded, took it, and headed deeper into the park with my paper. So, his name was Maddie. Miyashita Park was divided into north and south halves by a road. If he said he was from the south, that must mean there was a Maddie on the north side who I hadn't met yet. Put him above the dialogue. You know, true. I considered that. The administrative office on the south side. Just like the name implied, it was where all the administration was done for Miyashita Park. It kept things peaceful between the government and the park occupants, resolved disputes between the homeless, and maintained all the facilities at the park. I knew the woman there by her face, but not her name. I gave her the electric bill, which was due on the 1st of the month, along with Maddie's part. Life in the park might seem carefree and lawless from the outside, but it was actually much stricter than you'd find in some families.
はいよ、確かに。はみ出たり勝手に住み着こうとしているやつは
Everyone who lived on the outer rim of the park, including me since I lived on the far side, had been asked by the management to keep an eye out for that.
大丈夫だと思います。
When I'd looked earlier, I hadn't seen anything change around my place.
最近物騒だからね。気をつけなよ。見慣れないやつがいたらすぐに言いな。
I kind of like it now, because even though I know that little Akira should be on the left side, I like that the little hand is pointing at him. I'm amused easily.
知ってんだろ？ラブホテルの事件とか。
Oh, okay, we got some gossip.
はい。
He sure does. It's not like we were there, kind of. I was startled, but quickly nodded. The game's just trying to steal some popcorn. I suddenly felt like they were criticizing me for hiding something. The corridor that connected the north and south end of the park, this place, looking down on Meiji Street, was one part that hadn't really changed since before the earthquake. There were cracks here and there, but the government had forbidden people to put things here because it would ruin the view, and might not be safe. I leaned up against the rail and spread open the newspaper with the setting sun shining down on me. And there was a column on the front page about the Love Hotel incident, but no new information. There was nothing in the article but the girl who was found at the scene, or how this could be related to what happened 6 years ago. Had they not figured that out yet? Or maybe they had and they just weren't announcing it. I mean, the internet knows, so I'm sure they know too. If it had something to do with the incident 6 years ago, then so did Don't Look at Me and Leaky Noise. I keep wanting to say Leaky Nose. Crying. Did that mean they weren't suicides? If the killer had driven them to suicide, then it was probably the same person behind 3 incidents, but was he working alone or part of a group? Law enforcement can be kind of stupid. You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Or maybe people who were related somehow to the incident 6 years ago were killing themselves one after another. Maybe I should look at what the 3 cases had in common again. Damn it, what the hell? My hand went up to the new bandage on my cheek. I rubbed it several times to make sure that it was still there. I took out my smartphone. Oh! Yeah, I was gonna say! Bro was freaking recording everything. I figured since they got taken to the police, I was gonna be like, I sure hope they got them to delete it. But that's good. I probably should have just counted myself lucky they didn't take the phone itself. I'd lost my biggest clue to the case.
追うべきじゃないってことなのかな。
You know, maybe, but considering pretty sure this could be a very long game, I don't see that happening. Maybe this was just out of my league. Maybe it was stupid to get involved. I mean, you were a high school student, so yes, but anime. Oh, they look so cute. Then I got a call on my phone. I checked the name and hit the answer button.
はい。もしもし。
お主か。
Excuse me?
いつもの席じゃん。
Who the heck is she?
どうも。
I feel like I've gone to a different video game. I have no idea who she is. As always, the waitress' appearance and manners were a mystery to me. I bowed to her and went to my seat, but hello, Banana, I don't know who this is. A waitress, question mark? Sariko's here already reading a manga. She was fiddling with her Garo Froggy cell phone strap without realizing it, as usual. What is this game I just got here? Oh boy, I had to do a big freaking synopsis earlier. It is a big weeb game that's like a murder mystery. Yeah, there's... It's complicated, it's a lot. Yeah, it's kinda Danganronpa-esque. The contrast between her and the man in flannel in the background is jarring. I know. Like, even if she works here, it doesn't match, so I have no idea. It really was a strange habit and a nuisance to the people around her. Cafe LAX, the preferred hangout for the... or is it just lax, I wonder? The preferred hangout of the newspaper club was just a 10-minute walk from Shibuya Station. You know, she sure looks like a VR streamer. Or just a VTuber in general. But no, never seen her before in my life. The owner was a manga fan and the walls were lined with the stuff. There was free Wi-Fi, the prices were good, and if it wasn't crowded, you could sit there for hours as long as you bought a single drink. The most important part was that since it was in a hard-to-find spot, barely anybody from Haikiko knew about it. So I didn't have to worry about running into anyone I knew. As usual, there was barely anyone there. Just a single couple that appeared to be in college. I ordered my usual Mountain View and sat down.
何読んでるんだ？
ああ、タク。そう。なんだろうこれ。
は？
適当に撮ったから。
Oh yeah, she's the one that also went in, and saw the murders, by the way. Or saw that previous murder. So I'm assuming she's like childhood friend, but yeah, she went in with him. There was like 4 of them at the scene, and these 2 were the only ones that actually snuck in, so I don't know if we're gonna finally... This sweet summer child got traumatized, she sure did! Cause, boy, she was like, oh, a murder scene? She was like, bro was like, he was pooping his pants, he was so scared, and she was just like, she was like on another world, she was like on a cloud. If he has girl childhood friends, why can he not speak to girls? I couldn't tell you, but he just... This man is not smart. He's got problems. Sariko went and put the manga back on the shelf, then came back and sat down. He's about to have more problems, you know? After seeing those dead people. Let's be honest. But yeah, no, he 100% had the, you're a girl, right? What if a guy said this to you? And then he used a line that was from a magazine of like, you know, it was like a cosmetology, is it whatever those freaking magazines are that like have your tips for like how to get a girlfriend and stuff. Like he straight up used one of those. Yes, that one, Rick. Bro straight up used a line out of one of those. Me and CD were just crying in the corner. And she just looked it up and she was like, I don't know. Then he had to go hide the magazine.
クリーニングしといたから。
悪いな。
Oh, does the uniform get blood on it, probably? I took the bag containing my uniforms from Sarika. Or did he puke on it? I don't know. It was the uniform that I'd gotten covered in blood at the Love Hotel. Yeah, that makes more sense.
学校は？
行ってないよ。タクもでしょ？
I nodded. I hadn't felt like it at all. Bro, you also slept for like 12 hours after being released.
のん ちゃんたちに連絡は？
メールはしといた。
Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. It is a good reason to skip. Trauma really be like that. When I got up this morning, I sent both of them a text saying that I was okay. They both sent back responses almost immediately, but neither of them said much about what happened. They probably weren't mentioning it for my sake.
で、どうだ？
Yeah, that's the two other members of the club that I was talking about, who were there but didn't go inside.
まあ死んでる人を見るのは初めてじゃないし。
Sobs violently. Yeah, the guy was also like, it wasn't my first time seeing a dead body because of seeing all the dead bodies during the earthquake, and it's just like, man. Hate that. Serica spoke in a normal tone of voice as she drank her favorite grapefruit juice. She didn't seem like she was lying. You know, that's true. But then again, I still don't think it was a normal earthquake, because it sure looked like there was a weird, like, white explosion in the sky. So I'm like, did someone try to bomb Shibuya and they just called it an earthquake? I don't know. It looked kind of sus. I trust nothing. I don't trust a thing in this game. That's how she'd been since she was a kid. It wasn't that she didn't have any feelings, she just got over them very quickly. Damn, couldn't be me.
タクは大丈夫？
Now that she asked, I wasn't sure how to answer the question. She's just a waitress? She's just dressed like this? Okay. The waitress brought me my Mountain View. I nodded and took it. You know what? Good for her. Good for her. Was I okay?
嘘マジで？それ最低じゃん。
I do not think she's old enough to work. I don't think she should be working here. I
マジ
I
超
know
焦ったっ
nothing.
つうの。空気読めっつう話でさ。
What are you talking about? We eavesdropping? I spun the ice in my drink as I listened to the couple's irritating conversation. Serica silently waited for my answer. I knew that face. She'd been my friend since we were kids. There was no point in trying to hide it. You know, you're not wrong.
正直言うと迷ってる。
But then where would they hang out?
迷ってるって何を？
事件を追うかどう
Surely
か。
they could find another waiter or waitress. Hopefully. Serica seemed genuinely shocked.
本当に？
Unless she's the owner, I would cry. I'd be like, how does that work?
すいません。グレープフルーツもう一つ。
She wants the freaking grapefruit juice, let's go. Serica raised her hand and ordered another drink.
いつものタクだったらチャンスだとか思って突っ走ってない？
That might be true, but things were different this time, after what I'd gone through.
そりゃホテルは怖かったけどさ。
Is she just already back to being a sweet summer child? She really bounced back quick. Lord. Serica continued as if she knew exactly what I was thinking.
昔都市伝説とか追っかけてた時もそうだったじゃん。ほら冒険だって言って病院に忍び込んだの覚えてる？
You know, sneaking into a hospital because of urban legends might be slightly different, but, you know, go on. I nodded. I just dreamed about it.
あの時も怖かったけど、この怖さは他の人が経験してないもんなんだ、貴重なんだって泣きながらさ。
お前も泣いてたじゃん、あの時。
そうだっけ？
You know, you're not wrong, Rick. You're not wrong.
ほれ、残すなよ。
This girl's gonna kill me, dude. I can't.
どうも。
Where did she come from? She really just couldn't get a job in a maid cafe, so she's like, I'm wearing the outfit anyway and you can't stop me.
で、いや、
Just for the job you want. She is.
何が？
Come on.
あ、そうか。だからさ、他の人が経験してないことを手に入れたんだからさ、それが怖かろうがなんだろうが、チャンスだってタクなら言うかなって思って。
I know, right? That's what I mean. It's like this game is so confusing because of how freaking dark everything has been, and then she's just, we got a random magical girl just chilling, giving us drinks. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what to think. Her voice is light as she drank her juice, but her words didn't feel light at all. Something other people hadn't experienced. Something different from other people.
たまに頭いいんだか悪いんだかわからなくなるよな。
Man. I stared at Serica's face. How much did she understand about what she was saying?
何？
It's a good question.
ダメだよ。あげないよ。
She moved the juice away from me. I was wrong. She probably didn't realize anything. Actually, she wasn't even thinking about anything. She really was dumb. Man, leave Serica alone. She's doing her best. She just likes her grapefruit juice.
バイトにんなこと言われてもね。
だろ、やる気がないのかって。ねえよ、普通に。
なあ、渋谷地震の被災者のコメントの話ってしたことあったっけ？
Victim comments. Concern?
何それ？
I was pretty sure I told her a bunch of times. Well, whatever. Time for a lecture. Oh no.
地震直後の混乱が収まった後は、大量のマスコミが被災者に対して押しかけただろ。まだカオスチャイルド症候群者っていう言葉がなかった頃に。
Of course, I'd been in a coma for about a year after the earthquake, so I'd only investigated it after I woke up.
その取材の論調の多くは民度の高さを訴えるものだった。これだけの震災にもかかわらず、暴動や略奪などの犯罪がほとんど起きていない。これは得難いことなんだって。
I mean, there seemed like a lot of violence in the flashback we had, but okay.
実際そうなんだと思うよ。
I'm a little skeptical.
何が今一番辛いですかって聞かれた時、大半の被災者が地方の家族に自分の無事を伝えてやれないこととか、子供に好物を与えてやれないこととか、とにかく他人を心配しててさ。でもそんな中で一人の被災者が言ったんだよ。
I remembered what they said word for word. It left a huge impression on me.
頑張れという部外者。
Yeah? Yeah, that's fair.
正直うなずいたよ。心底。
They said exactly what I was thinking. I didn't know who they were, but I admired them anyway. Those feelings were the exact opposite of all the excited, fired up people on the outside.
これを言った人は僕に近い人だっていう気がするんだ。ただ一連の出来事をネットで見ていた他人とは違う。そしてただ被災しただけの人とも違う。
タクの両親のこと？あ、そういえば復興祭合わせの飲み、テニサーの連中も来るって。
マジで？そうしたら絶対タク飲みじゃ無理じゃん。
I was different. I was different than the people who just live normal lives in Shibuya. I ripped the bandage off my cheek. The wound had closed up. My face was back to normal. I was back to normal. The case was right in front of me. I had a huge mystery to investigate. I wasn't about to just be caught up in something. As a right-sider, it was my job to jump back right into the middle of all this information, right? I could feel something like excitement mixed with a sense of duty welling up inside me. I couldn't stop myself from smiling.
また危険な目に遭うかもしれないぞ。
事件のこと？
I nodded. Sarika laughed, a little strangely. And then for some reason she patted me lightly on the shoulder. I didn't know what that meant, but I started to laugh too. Sarika nodded.
よし、それならまずラブホテルの事件から行こっか。
Sarika took out her Pokecob? Still don't know how we're going with that. My Pokemon is just freaking... We're just gonna call it the Pokecom, it's fine. They probably have Pokemon, I'll believe. She typed into it with a practiced hand. She seemed like to be loading a video file.
なんだそれ。
Wait, did she somehow steal the video off his phone?
これ、現場でタクが撮ってた録画データ。警察に消される前にストレージに上げておいたの。
And he had the gall to say she was stupid. I swear. Smarter than all of us. Ah yes, the new Pokemon region. Shibuya. My favorite. By the time I got back home, the sun had long since set, and it was past 8 p.m. I realized that I'd barely eaten anything since arriving at the Love Hotel, and suddenly felt very hungry, so I'd eaten a meal at Lax.
そういえば、
My brain
こ
still
の
wants
間
to
来
say
た時から
LAX.
気になってたんだけど、
It's fine, I'm
電気
just...
ポット変わった？
I'm butchering
前は
everything.
もっと、あ、ここ物置にしたんだ。
Sarika had followed me home. She started to glance around the room and offered her opinions on the way it was laid out. Will she find the magazines? She'd open drawers and be surprised even though there was nothing important inside, or look at new files about the case and tell me their contents at a glance. She always was a little strange like that. She would be surprised by the most obvious things, but sometimes she would show startling insight. And wait.
なんかテンション高いな。
Thank you. Thank you for this. She laughed another strange laugh.
事件を追うのが楽しいのか？
というより、ただやりたいことは行けるところまで行かないと気持ち悪いだけ。
You know, that's fair.
結果はどうあれ、そうじゃないと意味ないじゃん。人間、いつ死ぬかわかんないんだから。せっかく今死んでないのに。
Sometimes I just want to be like, you guys are high schoolers, please. But then again, I suppose they did go through, like, all this stuff. So I guess I can maybe be like, alright, you know. It's a little fair. She's the killer stringing him along. Man, just makes me think of freaking... that first girl from Danganronpa. who everyone was like, oh, she's so great, look at her. And then we find out she was the first killer, and it's like, oh! Absolutely. Just... No, I can't think of her name. She was like the one that really was like, were they friends? Or did she... They might have been friends previously. Yeah, she's that one. The bathroom murder, yeah. I was just like... Immediately, because we were introduced to this girl pretty early. And I was like... Part of me was like, oh, I'm sure it's fine, but slight fear. She was right. A sound came from my PC. The copy operation was finished. Oh, does that get, do we get to...
そしたら元のストレージのやつは削除してくれ。
Do we get to see the video?
なんで？
物が物だからな。他の人間に見られたら困る。
You know, that's valid. I still, as annoying as this guy is sometimes, I give him the biggest props because when they were at the crime scene, he wanted to look at something. But then he was like, no, I can't, because he didn't want to touch anything because it was a murder scene. And I'm so fed up all the time of people just being like, oh no, someone's murdered! Let me just wipe my hands on everything. It won't be a problem. So the fact that he, like, obviously they got caught and he passed out because they're children and he was terrified of everything. But like, just the fact that he was like, no, I can't turn on the light because even though I want to see, I don't want my fingerprints. I was like, okay. I just appreciate it being acknowledged for once. It's just like it's my nitpick. I cry every time.
それでもだ。誰でもアクセスできる可能性は少しでも潰しておきたい。そうだな。お前のポケコンのやつも念のため削除してくれ。
Yeah, don't have the Pokemon finding out.
Okay. トク、何してるの？
You know, true. Rick, you're just thinking with a whole different brain. Like, you... Man. Yeah, you got the galaxy brain right now. But yeah, so this is the thing that we can't do anything right now, but in future playthroughs, I guess you can either see a positive event or you can see a negative event. And apparently the negative one's really messed up. But it makes me wonder if maybe our main character does have a problem, or not a problem, but he has a power, and that's somehow connected to the other characters that quote-unquote have powers. But again, that could just be too meta. But yeah. So do not be alarmed by the flashing on the screen. We just can't do anything right now because the first playthrough is, I think it's supposed to be called the common route. So it's just this, and we don't get any prompts by default. Cause me and CD were freaking confused, let me tell you. I was like, surely they'll give me a tutorial, right? And nothing ever happened. And we eventually looked it up, and then I double-checked it last night. So it's just a thing. It's a future problem.
カッコン島？どこの島？
Which makes me wonder, cause some of the ones like with this, it's like, if I pick a freaking negative one and you just see someone like get murdered or something, it's like, I have no idea. I have fear. Are you serious?
飲み物だよ。ゲンさんにもらった。吐き気を抑える効果があるんだ。
Oh yeah, the ginger. That's what it was. Bro was gonna puke. So he did what everyone does.
よく知ってるね。
He googled it. He was like, what will make me stop puking? Ginger.
常識だよ。正確には中に入っている生姜に
My brother, you looked up Google search. You stop that. Shaking
こ
my
のペー
head.
ジ
We
履歴があ
know.
るけど
Bro's been caught. Good. Whoops. I forgot to delete it.
そうだよ。一応確認を取ったんだ。情報は裏を取らないといけないから。
Nice save.
あ、本当だ。
Serica looked at the page on the PC and nodded. He's such a loser. That was close. I'd let my guard down because I hadn't thought Serica was coming over. You gotta delete your search history when you try to Google search what'll make you not vomit. No one can find out. I made 2 more cups of Kakanto and handed one to Serica.
ありがとう。ゲンさん、いい人だよね。好きだな、私。
酒癖の悪さはどうにかしてほしいけどな。
でも、タクが公園で気許してるのってゲンさんだけでしょ？やっぱりいい人だよ。
Was that why? Well, he did help me out a lot.
オッケー、削除したよ。
Serica put away her Pokecom. Alright. I booted up the laptop next to the wall and sat down in the chair that folded out into a bed. As I went to load the video file into the player software, I happened to glance at its length.
26分。そんなにあの部屋にいたか。
It's longer than what I thought. Oh, Serica said.
違うと思う。あの時タクが気を失ってすぐに警察が駆けつけて、で私も気持ち悪くて吐いちゃってたんだけど、いつの間にかタクが落としたスマホを自分のポケットに入れてて、それで警察に連れてかれるパトカーの中でスマホのことに気づいて、そこで私が録画ボタンを止めたから。
Okay, so it recorded some of her pocket. That's relatable. So that was it. Come to think of it, I hadn't asked how it had happened.
よく警察に消される前にストレージにあげる暇があったな。
Serica nodded, as if she felt the same way.
たまたまだよ。警察に着いた時にまた気持ち悪くなっちゃってトイレに駆け込んで、そこであって思いついたの。
いや、すごいと思う。
I really was. I'd passed out in the hotel, and the next thing I knew, I was at the station. Supposedly, I'd walked from the patrol car to my room, but my memory was vague and hazy, even. I took a big sip from the cup to choke down the urge to vomit, and slowly let it sink into my stomach. If the recording was successful, then I should see what I'd seen then. It had happened 2 days ago, but it had left such a strong impression on me that it didn't feel like that much time had passed at all. I took a deep breath and told myself it was time to do this. I looked over at Serica. She nodded back at me and glared at the monitor. Okay. I tried to steady my slightly shaking finger as I clicked the file. Oh hey, it's the door. And the music box. The first thing I noticed was that sound. The peaceful sound of the music box that filled the room from that spinning bed. A dark, gloomy room, a curtain in the back, and a rotating bed behind it. It was that room. The same emotions I'd experienced before came flooding back to me through the blurry screen. I could sense my own hesitation from my gasping breaths. Serica grabbed my shoulder at the sudden sound.
大丈夫。確か僕が床を踏み鳴らしたんだ。
あ、そっか。
The camera was slowly moving toward the back of the room. At some point, my breathing matched the breathing in the recording. It scared me, so I pulled away a little and took a deep breath to isolate myself from the person in the video. I heard that sound. The sound of the wire creaking as the bed spun. I could feel the panic coming through the screen. I wasn't sure what to do.
進むぞ。
I could tell that Sarika was gulping a little. As I spoke, the camera kept going forward. I could hear Sarika's soft gasp in the video. The police officer and that woman were lying on the floor. I hadn't realized it at the time, but the glass was scattered all around. The camera quickly panned without warning. Oh hey, there's the guy. It was the bed. And the creaking. I still really like this. The sound design is really good in this game so far. The silhouette behind the curtain was probably that man. The angle was off and wasn't pointing directly at the bed. At that point, I hadn't been aware of the smartphone. I heard a dull thud and the screen went black.
落としたのかな?
Did he drop it? I don't remember.
多分。
It was very ominous, let me tell you. It felt like I tripped and fallen backwards. The phone had probably fallen from my hands. Was it black because the camera had fallen face down? Oh yeah, the door locked again and they couldn't get out. So that's where we are. Sarika's voice sounded like it was a little far away. It was still picking up sound, evidently. I could hear myself trying to open the door and swearing when I failed. That's right, I'd been fighting with the door then. And then... So that's the same knock that was at all the other murders, by the way. My body shivered as if it had gone numb. This was... I could hear it.
なあ、聞こえたよな。
I could hear it. The police said the surveillance cameras hadn't shown anyone else coming in the room, but I could hear it. That constant rhythmic knocking. Somehow it made me feel uneasy and scared. Someone had been on the other side of that door. And suddenly the screen moved. There's our friend. The dead guy. Third murder. Rip to that man. It was showing the man on the bed. The screen was blurry, but the man was almost exactly in the center of the viewfinder. Had I picked up the smartphone? I couldn't remember. In the video, I ignored Sarika's voice and kept pointing the camera at the man. I could hear my own rough breathing, and I remembered how I'd felt then. Then suddenly I heard a snap. That's when the girl woke up. And his head fell off. A lot happened. The screen moved violently for a second, and then for a moment it showed the girl. Then the angle changed again and it stopped moving. The screen was covered in red blood, but...
天井か。
What was I looking? at was probably or what I was looking at was probably the room ceiling. Since it didn't move at all, it was probably where I'd passed out and dropped it. Just like before, the camera was still recording the sound. I could hear Serica vomiting and what sounded like falling over. It caught the police officers running into the room. They were asking Serica what was going on. She was probably the only one there who was still conscious. Shortly after, the screen went black. Serica had probably put the phone into her pocket, just like she'd said. I could hear an irritating noise that must have been the sound of the phone scraping the skirt's fabric. What kind of fabric is her skirt? The screen stayed black, but it kept picking up the nearby sound. Then at the very end, there was a quick shot of the inside of the patrol car. I realized that at some point I'd leaned my body toward the screen. I sat back in my chair. I'd known what was going to happen, but this was still hard. To be honest, I was lucky that the phone was dropped and a lot of it wasn't clearly recorded. I didn't feel as much of an urge to vomit as I expected, but I was still sweating from a nasty, unpleasant feeling. I gulped down the last bit of liquid in my cup.
Onoe, 大丈夫か?
I asked Serica. And then...
ねえ、タク。最後のとこ、何か変なの映ってなかった？
Did she see something weird? Is there something weird?
何?
Weird? The whole thing was weird. True, actually. Not a second of it was normal.
部屋の奥に進んでからさ。
My immediate thought was the cop car, but she's still talking about the room. Serica moved the mouse to jump backwards in the video. I couldn't tell whether she was tough or simply dense, or maybe just felt like it was nothing but a video. But she advanced through the shocking scenes with no hesitation. She's just built different, man.
ほら、ここ。これ。窓の外。
Wait, is there something outside the window? I could see the wall of the Love Hotel across the street from the open window. There was something there.
なんだ? これ。
What is that?
虫かな？
A bug, maybe? It does kind of look like a face.
こんなでかい虫がいたら、クルスが建物ごと爆破しに来るぞ。
You know, yeah, I would also blow up the whole building if there was a bug that big. She hated bugs.
じゃあ、いたずら書き？
Why was her first answer a bug, and her second answer the sensible one? Built different, okay?
ちょっと待って。なんかどっかで。
Don't tell me it's those stickers. I switched from my player software to my editing software and then blew up that part of the screen even. Damn it, I could make it out, but it was so far away that it was blurry. The resolution was too low. Of course the resolution was too low! This was a PS Vita game! Screams! His PS4 and Vita.
違うって。やっぱりなんかどっかで見た気が。
Oh, it's... I'm just waiting for the drop. Me too. What? I turned around at the loud noise. The PS Vita is very real, okay? It's how I played Persona 4 Golden back in the day. Oh, is this Gen? There was a drunk man with a bottle of booze in his hand. Give me a break. Of course no one was waiting.
もっと静かに入ってきてよ。
おう、ゲンさん。この前はありがとね。
Okay, so it's Gen. We've never seen him. We've only heard of him.
この前
ラブホテルの事件のこと教えてくれたじゃん。
Well, you know, I was my instant reaction was like, we're gonna show this man, but he's drunk, so maybe it's fine. CD, you say dirty magazines, but they were all like tips on finding a girlfriend.
おお、そうだったか。ああ、どうでもいい。事件か、よかったな。タクは新聞記者になりたいんだからな。
I didn't, really. Every day I supposedly wanted to be a different thing. Last time it was a movie director.
ようはただいま帰ったぞ。なあ、タク、よく聞け。世が世であるために、今日はこんなものを手に入れてきた。どこだ？
Did he bring more? He started patting down the pockets of his very old coat. This annoying old man was Gen. He was the elder ruler of the park and the CEO of a company with a 3 billion yen a year salary, and the best friend of my father, Jiro. At least, according to him, my dad's name wasn't even Jiro. He was related to a clan of foreign nobles, and so if he ever needed to, he could summon a foreign special forces team to do his bidding. Except last week, his bed had been taken over by a stray dog, and he had to come stay with me. You know, that's fair and valid, actually. I would also let a dog have my bed. I mean, I do. It's Molly's bed.
世の一番大事なものもねえじゃねえか。やべえぞ、正面できねえ。
Concern?
ちょっとゲンさん、ズボン脱がないでよ。
Gen was always loud when he got drunk, and when he got really drunk, he was louder. Sir, keep your pants on, it's gonna be fine. Today he wasn't very drunk. I had no idea what he was like when he was sober. I'd never seen it happen, or heard of it happening. Sometimes, or often actually, at least once a week, he would come to my room drunk, talk for a while, and then leave to search the park for more alcohol. I like his hat.
あった。ほれ見ろ。
見ない。絶対見ない。
He was obnoxious as hell, to put it mildly, but I couldn't chase him away. Actually, I couldn't complain about him much at all. When I'd left the dorm half a year ago, I'd ended up in the bottom half of Miyashita Park. Since the upper half kinda kept the rain off, the bottom half was one of the most popular spots. A lot of the reason I was able to get this spot, and even get this motorhome, was because of Gen.
最低。最低。
When I'd lived in the dorm, I'd done some cooking for the homeless in Miyashita Park, as part of our volunteer activities. Gen had remembered that. A noble man does not forget his debts, was all he said, and then somehow I'd been given this place. He was also the one who taught me how to get by in this place.
あ、そうだタク、これ見ろ。変わんねえか。
Gen took something out of his pocket. Oh no, he has more magazines! I ripped the copy of my favorite magazine out of his hands. I quickly glanced over to Sarika.
大嫌い。ゲンさん。大嫌い。
It's okay, Sarika. She was mumbling that over and over to herself. I thought she liked him. Good, she didn't see it. I breathed a sigh of relief and hid it someplace nearby.
いくら？
Gen raised a single finger. This was one rule, for example. It was the first thing I had learned in the park. The homeless would never, ever ask you for money. It was the one thing they could never say. Money was either found lying on the ground or earned by working or selling things. It wasn't something other people gave you. I took out a 100 yen coin from my wallet and gave it to him. Gen grabbed it and put it in his pocket like he didn't really care.
おお、 最近よく見んな、それ。
Is it gonna be what I think it is? He was looking at the PC monitor as he spoke. For a moment, I didn't know what he meant.
Huh?
I swear it's gonna be one of those stickers.
お
My eyes met Serica for just a moment. The monitor was still displaying that blurry, blown-up image. He saw it a lot? It has to be.
ちょっとゲンさん
Come on, Gen, back us up here.
これ知ってるの？
Is it the freaking sumo wrestler?
野球してえな。
Gen, no, focus! I know you're drunk, but come back! He was in his own little world. Work with me, buddy! What's this guy's problem? Alcohol, clearly, but come on. I got closer to him.
ゲンさんこれ見たことあるの？
ああ、なもんお前どこにでもあんだろうよ。これ例えば駅前の駅前って誰だ？
He's killing me.
は？駅前って駅前なんでしょ？渋谷の駅前の。
Can't believe we have to go to
だから
Shibuya
俺
Station.
つうかタク、おめえ前に見せてくれたやつにも映ってんだろ。
Do we know what that is? Huh?
俺何年前だったか、おめえがカラオケに張り込んでなんかを初めて抑えたとかっつってよ。
That was last weekend, actually. When I'd been uploading the photos of the crime scene I took from the karaoke box. Gen had come by and seen them. Wait, was there one there? This was it.
タク、ここ？
It was an image of the karaoke box I'd hidden in to take pictures of the crime scene. It was on the 5th floor. I could see the same mark. I switched from the player software to the editor software just like before, and magnified that part of the image. And then I realized what it was. That's right. I'd seen this thing before. And just like Gen said, it was something you could find all over Shibuya. Something that had been there for a long time. It is the sticker!
歴史シールド。
I love the creepy stickers. As I saw the club room for the first time in 3 days, I was stunned.
いや、努力はしたんだよ。
Did you? Did you, Ito? Are you sure? I'd been waiting all morning to tell Ito the big discovery I'd made yesterday. I'd stayed up almost all night finding all the information I could on it, and then forced myself to wait until school ended to tell him, "Oh, are we gonna have like a fun time at the board? Do we have picture time?" I figured that just sending pictures to his phone or trying to explain it in words would just confuse him. I wanted to stand in front of the board. Yeah, let's go! I like the board. I wanted to stand in front of the board in the club room with all the information we'd learned so far pinned up on it and use the club time to really work through it. But there was nothing there at all. Wait, they took it? I can only think of one person who would do that. Karusu.
クルスか。
昨日の帰り際な。危なすぎるから絶対にダメだって言って。
Can't believe we gotta print it all off again. That took so long last time. The freaking old school printer sounds, my lord. Is it because of what happened in the Love Hotel? In as angry a voice as I could muster, I said,
どうして止めてくれなかったんだよ。
だから努力はしたんだよ。黙りなさいって言われて黙ったけど。
I was gonna say, they're literally all scared of her, so I'm not shocked, really.
そこをなんとかしてさ。
無理言うなよ。お前ならなんとかできたのか？
無理言うなよ。
Ito shrugged as if to say, see? Just imagining it scared me a little. Doing something about Kurusu is absolutely impossible. No one in Hikiko was capable of such a thing. I pointed to the PC on the desk.
データは
ハードディスクごと叩き壊されなかっただけ運が良かったんじゃないか
Man! My board time! So the data was gone too? Ito was probably joking, but if Kurusu thought she needed to do it, she would have.
尾上さっきから何プリントアウトして。
はいこれ。
Serica dropped a stack of papers on the desk. I looked down and saw that it was images and articles about the case. It was the ones that were uploaded to the newspaper club server. Oh, did we have...
どうしたんだこれ。
Did she just print off what we needed?
状況たるもの、データのバックアップは常に取れってタクいつも言ってるじゃん。というか、タクだって取ってるでしょ？
She's actually legendary. Well, yes, but... Serica flipped through the papers.
ポケコンからだとなぜか画質が少し落ちるんだよね。サーバーにもう一回上げ直して。
ちょっと待った。
Serica went to stretch a cable from her Pokecom to the PC, but I quickly stopped her.
画質これでいいの？
She's just a save mechanism in human form. This man really would not be able to function if he didn't have her.
そうじゃなくて、いや画質はこれでいいんだけど、サーバーに上げるのはちょっと待ってくれ。
I was gonna say he doesn't feel safe about it, does he? I glanced at Ito as I spoke. The newspaper club server could be accessed from any PC in the school as long as you knew the password. Kurusu was spending her time at the student council getting ready for the culture festival, but there was a chance she might look at the server for some reason. Yeah, that could be bad. Yeah. Just, accidentally flashbang random students with murders. That would be not good. Ito nodded in agreement, a serious look on his face.
二人とものんちゃんのことを怖がりすぎだよ。のんちゃん優しいよ。ねえ、花ちゃん。
Oh yeah, this is Hannah. She's in the background, playing Final Fantasy XIV on school Wi-Fi, just vibing. She doesn't do much. All she does is play 14, and I respect that. Like, I think we went through the whole section of them explaining the murders, and then she was just, I don't know if she, did this, but I was like, you were here the whole time? Yeah, she's part of the club, but she's just in the corner. We stand.
ほらね。
She's so great. Was that a puppy? I think I see a puppy. Was Kazuki agreeing? She was pounding down on the keyboard and mouse really hard.
そりゃ尾上や和樹は副部長に可愛がられてるけどさ。
渋谷のクレープ屋台一緒にコンプリートしたんだよ。のんちゃん甘いものに詳しいんだ。
Serica puffed out her chest, very proud of this information. I didn't care in the slightest. I haven't had crepes in years. I could go for one.
それにどっちみちのんちゃんにはバレると思うよ。
That was probably true, yeah. If we kept following the cases, part of our work with the newspaper club, Kurusu was smart enough to catch on.
大丈夫だよ。話せば分かってくれるよ。
Of course she will catch on. She's vice president of the newspaper club. That we don't understand why the newspaper club needs a vice president, but she is one. I can't believe Mel needs to get you a crepe tomorrow. This seems absolutely like a thing that should happen. I simulated a variety of situations. I almost said I simulated a variety of simulations in my mind. Kind of works. Reading. How does it work? You get one for this? Kurusu loves sweets. Click the negative one, she just dies via crepe. Death by cheesecake. There was something that Serica had said, and that I'd known about too. So would buying her something she liked from a famous sweet shop be enough to win her over? Would bribery work on someone as prim and proper as the student council president? It was worth a try.
Yoshi.
Just get her a cookie, it'll be fine. Be like, here, have this cookie. We're gonna investigate these murders now, it's fine, don't worry, do you want to help? Ito must have been really surprised by my answer, because he badly overreacted.
お前はそんなに勇敢なやつだったか?
やるときはやるんだよ。
He's not brave.
ただ、サーバーに上げるのは待ってくれ。慎重を期したい。
オッケー。
それから、とりあえず今はボードに情報を貼り付けるけれど、まとめ終わったら一旦剥がそう。ことは簡単じゃないんだ。
オッケー。
That's gonna be very extra.
それから、事件のことに関しては、とりあえずクルスに秘密にしよう。それでほとぼりが冷めるまで様子を見つつ、クルスが甘いものでも食べて機嫌がいい時に切り出すんだ。
オッケー。
じゃねえだろ。ただのヘタレじゃねえか。
What?
ヘタレじゃない。最も成功率の高い方法を弾き出したらこうなるんだ。それをヘタレと呼ぶのはヘタレの定義として。
Please don't give the definition.
はいはい、わかったわかった。ほら、尾上。地図貼るからそっち持て。
オッケー。
Ito and Serica took out the big map we'd use for the board.
説得を考えたらこれが一番確実なんだ。
He didn't get it at all. There was no way I could persuade Kurusu if I tried to go after her head on.
というか、宮代。マジな話だけどさ。
He had a very serious tone in his voice as he hung up the top of the map. Huh? I've been serious the whole time.
その、大丈夫なのか、事件を追って。
You know, probably not, but this is a video game, so.
だから、いずれ説得する。ヘタレじゃないぞ。慎重なんだぞ。
じゃなくて、お前、よっぽどのもん見たんだろ。その、ラブホテルで。
Serica froze midway through the process of taping down the bottom of the map. So that was it? I hadn't told Ito everything about the Love Hotel. I hadn't told him about what I'd seen or experienced there. I tried my best to give him a cheerful smile.
大丈夫だよ。問題ない。こんな大きなネタほっとけないだろ。
It's fine, nothing years of therapy won't fix. Ito didn't answer. He stared at me as if trying to figure me out. And then he relaxed and laughed a little.
まあ、電話の時点でそうじゃないかとは思ってたけどな。
He was probably talking about the call I'd made yesterday. After I'd made my discovery, I'd call Ito and ask him to find all the information he could about the Love Hotel case. It had already been 3 days since it had happened. I hadn't been really following it at all, so I'd asked Ito to put it together, what he could find.
はい、いいよ。
Serica finished pinning the map to the board. Okay, let's get started. It's map time! There's a brand new map of Shibuya. We'd had to put it up from scratch again, but now that I'd looked at it, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. I'd made a huge discovery which could impact the whole case. It was a good idea to start over from the beginning.
まず6年前の事件と日付の関連性があるという前提で進めよう。つまり今まで起きた3つの事件を一連のこととして考える。目的や犯人がいるとしたらその正体はともかくとしてな。
ああ、3つ続いた以上はそうだろう。そうじゃなかったらまたその時考えればいい。
よし、場所から行くか。
Can't believe you guys are covering up the pictures.
1件目の事件通称こっちみんなは神南で起こったから。で、その遺体の画像が
Oh, Pog. You know, that's true. I just didn't know where to put you. Also, are we doing the first case? Like this case?
で、
I
そ
hope.
の概要が
Cause I sure don't know the last ones.
ちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は集団ダイブだから。
Listen, do you want to be on the left? I can put you on the left. To be fair, I was gonna initially put you on the left, but I clicked the last one, and I was like, you know, or I clicked the wrong one, and I was like, ah, whatever, it's probably fine. Okay, the incident that occurred 6 years ago on the same date was the group dive. So that one? That seems like a group. Okay.
その概要が1件目はこんなもんだな。じゃあ2件目に行こう。
You know what?
通称音漏れ炭は深センで起こったから。
Alright. Leaky noise is easy.
で、その遺体の画像が
No, here. Where are you guys? I'll put you there. You live on the left now. Hopefully you'll stay here. And there's our girl. She's very dead, but there she is.
で、その概要が
We got her summary.
ちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は妊娠男だから。
The pregnant man. Ah, yes, which I still wonder if that's a bomb or what that is, but it's creepy looking. There is something in his stomach that should not be there.
で、その概要が
I hope we get to read these after. I'm curious about the previous cases. We only really know their names.
じゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ。場所は道玄坂のラブホ街だから。
I just think of that one meme of the guy in front of the freaking board. I feel like that's what this game is now.
概要だけど
Oh, welcome back. Are all those murders in Chaos Head? Because I knew I found out that the freaking I almost said explosion, that the earthquake was from Chaos Head, but I wasn't sure if the murders were. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. That's very interesting. But hello again. How's your day doing? How's your day been? We are in fact back playing the video game again. I looked at Ito and I could see he was nervous. He was worried, but at the same time a little excited.
どうした？大丈夫か？
いや
Yeah, that's even cooler.
そうだな。まずは伊藤がまとめてきたのを見せてくれるか。
Will you just be
世間で
Liza
はどういう
P?
認識になっているのかを知りたい。
I have
発
not
表されてい
played,
た名前は見たけど、
but I'm excited to.
あ、わかった。
Someday my time will come. Ito got out his own Pokecom and started to fiddle with it. He linked to the printer over the network and printed out his files. Wait.
やっぱサーバーには上げないんじゃんか。
当たり前だ。殴られるのは嫌だ。
Relatable.
だから怖がりすぎだってば。
I skimmed the printout that Ito made for me. After all the cases we'd researched together, he knew how to summarize information into a single page like a pro. Ito read from his own printout.
名前が発表されたのは昨日の夜だ。死んだのは柿田博則22歳。渋谷在住で更新でアルバイトしていたらしい。
更新？
なんで知らないんだ？景気のいいベンチャー企業だよ。
They'd been making a lot of money lately off of the Shibuya reconstruction.
渋谷ニュースの情報通り、20代の男性だ。
さすが。そこはチェックしてるか。
They're all in the same age range. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but that's about the only thing I could do, Ito said as he nodded.
つうか、20代って言及したのは事件のあった日のネトラジ放送だぞ。まだその段階では、どの媒体も男性の変死体が発見されたとしか発表してなかったのに。ったく、どうやって調べてるんだか。
I couldn't agree more. How did Kay do her research?
死因は首吊りによる窒息死。地上のもつれからの自殺と断定された。
え？
Suicide after a romantic quarrel. That's... okay. A suicide over a fight with a lover?
自殺と断定されたのか？
ああ、警察はそう発表した。あと出ている情報といえば、
Freaking
まあ死
technical.
んだ柿田が優秀だったってことくらいか。出来高のアルバイトで驚くほど稼いでいたらしい。
地上のもつれって、その相手は？あ、いや、地上って言うなら交際していた相手がいたはずだろ。
ああ、なるほどな。
Ito's trying his best, okay? He looked through a bunch of files on his Pokecom.
いや、それに関しては何もないな。
目撃者は？
So they say it's a spat with a girlfriend, but they have no girlfriend.
発見したのはホテルの従業員だけ
Or
ど、
no information
それ以
on
外
one.
には何も。もちろんお前らのことも出てない。
What was going on? So they hadn't said anything about the other girl at the scene?
タク。
Sarika was staring at me, confused. She was probably thinking the same thing. I could understand why there wasn't any information about us. The police had said there wouldn't be, and to be honest, we were just gawkers. There was no real point in telling anyone we were there. But that girl clearly seemed to be involved in the case. If they said he got into a fight with his girlfriend, then it didn't make sense not to report the girl who was there.
未成年による配慮？
I wasn't sure, but she had looked young. Actually, that would make sense. She definitely wasn't older than 19. Well, we know if she goes to the school. Not that she went, but that she does. She is a student here. No, even then they'd say something. Whenever there was a problem with someone dating underage girls, they never reported the girl's name, but they always reported her existence.
どうした？
説明する。
Back to the board. I pinned up the information that Ito had given me. Ito, even. I bleh.
ラブホの事件の遺体の仮装は
Our friend is right here. Lord help him. Here you go, buddy. So which is the matching case to his?
これは
ラブホの現場で撮った画像だ。
撮ったのか？
Who's gonna tell him we took a video? Ito almost jumped on me in shock. I nodded.
正確には録画した映像を切り取ってプリントアウトしたやつだ。警察に消される前に尾上が個人のストレージに上げておいてくれた。
マジかよ。やばいだろこれ。どこにも出てねえぞ。
That is in fact what it means, yeah. Ito put his face up to the picture in excitement.
なんだ？座ったまま首を。ワイヤーかこれ。
He mumbled to himself as he stared at it, trying to memorize every last detail.
なんだよこれ。おい、一体何があったんだ？
That's a great question, man. As I listened to Ito speak excitedly, I looked toward Sarika. I wasn't sure why I was looking at her. But she nodded as if she understood. I nodded back. The police had told us not to tell anyone, but I didn't care. I slowly started to explain what had happened to Ito. How he'd made it into the hotel undetected. How the room we'd seen from the outside was where we found the body. How we'd gone inside and found the police officer lying on the floor. How the body in the photo was sitting on a spinning bed and slowly rotating. And how there'd been another girl there. How someone had tried to enter the room. But I didn't tell him how the door had unlocked itself. The police had told me I'd imagined it, and they'd made me realize I had no proof. Between my curiosity and my fear, I'd been a mess at the time anyway, and more than anything, without any kind of proof, I wasn't sure it had happened at all. When I finished, Ito's first questions were the same as mine had been.
現場にいた女に部屋に入ろうとしていた誰か。でもその女はともかく誰かが部屋に入ろうとしていた形跡はなかったんだろ？
They sure couldn't. But we heard the freaking knocking in the video. That was right. That was what the police had told me. But
ノックの音が聞こえたんだ。それは映像にも音声として残ってる。
which is very
音だ。
suspicious.
誰かがドアの向こうにいてドアを叩いたという証明じゃない。
How dare he just say that? That's what? What?
いや、理屈で考えればそうだけど、それに確かにあれは誰かがドアを。
Then what would the knocking be? Ito cut me off, clearly irritated.
理屈で考えればって一番らしくない言葉だぞ。理屈のみで考えなければいけないってのが理屈バカのお前だろう。
Don't call me an idiot. I just prefer to cover all my bases.
はっきりしてるところから行こうぜ。だろ？
Damn it. He can only say that because he hadn't heard it in person. That strange, eerie sound, which hung in the depths of your ears and wouldn't let go. But that was true.
その通りといえばそうなんだよな。
I hadn't seen for myself someone trying to enter the room. Maybe he took my silence as agreement.
で、現場にいた女か。あ、だから交際相手を気にしてたのか。
女っていうより女の子かな。
Huh?
女の子？
あの子きっとそんなに私と年変わらないよ。それに上ってこともないと思う。 同じか1、2個下くらいじゃない？
Sarika Covenant clutch again, I swear.
そうかな。
I wasn't sure, but if Sarika said so, she was probably right. Sarika never had any evidence or proof for her statements, but she was often correct. And this man had the gall to call her stupid. I'm still gonna fight.
でもその女の子のことに触れている情報はなかったんだろう。
I looked back at Ito to check.
ああ、ゴシップ誌から新聞社の正式な発表、まとめウィキまで全部覗いたけど、そんな情報はなかった。
I see.
だとすればやっぱりこっちから追うしかないか。
I flipped through the remaining papers. You know, it just occurred to me, if they realize that she's also from the school, I bet they're just gonna freaking hunt down like a yearbook and just go ham.
別の手がかりがあるのか？
That would be funny. I could
映
see
像を
that
見返して
happening.
気づいたことがあるんだ。ちゃんとした理屈だ。なんせちゃんとした証拠があるからな。
小さい男だな。
He is a petty little man. Say what you like. It was finally time to tell Ito what I'd found. Yes, please, I would like to talk about that.
昨日作った綺麗に写ってる例のシールの画像はこれなんだかわかるか？
Ito looked at the picture for a moment, uncertain.
見覚えあるな。なんだっけな。
They just look so ominous. He used his POCOM to run a search.
そう、力士シールだろ。
そう呼ばれてる。何の目的で貼られてるかわからない謎のシール。
The mysterious sumo stickers.
期限は諸説あるけど、ネットで騒がれ出したのは2007年頃。
Ah, yes, 2007. Screams. At one point, they were famous enough that the TV stations were reporting them. But after the 2009 Shibuya quake, everyone stopped talking about them. The city where the stickers were going up had been destroyed. People had bigger things to talk about. But starting sometime last year, they'd started to appear in Shibuya again.
目的はいろいろ噂されてる。
There are a
単な
lot.
るいたずら説はもちろんだけど、
My
タ
brain.
ギング説とか宗教による結界説だとか。
Could be tagging.
変わったとこだと本当に力士の人が自分の顔を貼ってる説ってのもある。
Yes, you know what? That I'm sure it is just an actual sumo wrestler putting up a sticker of his own face.
でもこれは違うと僕は思っていて、
Clearly the best theory.
そもそも力士シールなんて呼ばれてはいるけれど、それは単に太っている顔だからっていうだけの理由で誰かがそう言い出したことで、力士をモデルにしたなんてことは確たる証拠として。
ちょっとストップ。
Ito cut me off just as I was getting started. Come on, man, it was just about to get good.
いや、それが何だっつんだ？そのシールと事件と何か関係あんのか？
Bro, why do you think we're talking about them?
わからない。
は？
まだわからないんだ。でもな、こっちみんなの現場付近にあった力士シールは
Was it this one?
これ、この前お前に見せた画像を拡大したやつ。こっちみんなの現場を撮りに僕がいたカラオケボックスの外壁部分。
力士シールか？
多少ぼやけてるけど間違いない。
That's freaking high up. How'd you even get a sticker on? What was it, like the 5th floor or something?
おい、まさか
ああ、ラブホの現場にもあったんだよ。やっぱり現場が見える位置に。
じゃああれが音漏れたんもか？
Do we have one for leaky noise?
いや、それもまだわからない。昨日調べたんだけど、少なくとも今まで撮った現場周りの画像には映ってなかった。でも2つ続いた偶然にかけてみるのはありだって今回証明されただろ。
Okay, so I bet even if they don't have it for the other one, they're probably gonna keep an eye out for it on the next murder. Cause let's be real, there will be a next murder. Fear. Ito fell silent, as if he was thinking about something. Aw. I was hoping he'd be a little more surprised. But I guess that's the best I could expect. Or maybe there was too much information coming in at once for him to keep up. His brain is wrinkled. It's wrinkling.
ちなみにラブホテルの事件と同じ日付の6年前の事件は貼り付けだから。
Oh, okay. So that is this one.
で、その概要が。
Our board is nice and filled up again. Look at us.
今のところ日付はともかく事件の内容に関しては6年前とそこまでリンクしてないように思える。集団ダイブと同じ日付のこっちみんなは被害者は一人だし、それにまだ自殺と決まっているわけではないし、妊娠男と同じ日付の音漏れ炭は腹部に異物を埋め込んだっていう点は一緒だけど、そもそも被害者は女性だ。貼り付けとラブホの事件は目立った共通点は見つからない。
I mean, they're both like kind of hung up in a certain way, but
だから
that's
他に事件を追う線がない以上、歴史シールからもう一度事件を探ってみるのもありだと思う。
But maybe I was overthinking this, but there was no telling what else would be related to the case. Just in case, I decided to put up the data on the other New Generation incidents from 6 years ago. October 10th, Vampirer. October 23rd, Brain Dead. October 28th, Yummy Hand. November 4th, The Delinquent Puzzle. Yeah, that should do it. I looked at the board and nodded in satisfaction.
現状の情報の整理はこんなものか。
コーヒー飲む人。
Just freaking swap back to the chill music. It's like, yeah, people are dead. Let's have coffee. Yippee. Is Yummy Hand the guy who ate his finger? I was literally just thinking that because no, don't look at me as the guy that ate his finger. Yummy Hand is one of the cases from like the 9 years ago or whatever, which just makes me wonder, like, makes me wonder a lot of things about what happened with that. Also true, I freaking love Sarika, she's great. She vibin'. Cause like he's just talking about the connections, or like if there's any connections to the case. And like, that's literally the one that like sticks out to me. Because it was both. It was like, he cut off his arm, but he like sliced it up to his hand, so really he kind of ate both. So if anything, those are the ones that like, those two kind of match. But their dates don't match, so it's like, I don't know if that'll come up or... Who knows, man? Kazuki, who had been ignoring the conversation until now, suddenly stood up. Can't believe she wants coffee. She grabbed the cups from Serica with a speed you'd never believe she possessed.
いいよ花ちゃん、いつもお茶組やってくれてるでしょ。
Kazuki shook her head rapidly from left to right, and then motioned for Serica to sit down. Good work.
おのえ、大丈夫だって。せっかく用意してくれるんだから。
I practically forced Serica to sit down in her chair.
でも
Maybe Serica makes really bad coffee. No, there's no way I was letting Serica do any kind of cooking. How bad was she? She was so bad that I couldn't let her make... You know, I really spoke that into existence. She was so bad she'd once asked me what kind of dish she used to wash the vegetables. Oh no. I breathed a sigh of relief as she reluctantly sat down. Kazuki was scared. She knew. Even Kazuki was relieved enough that you could actually tell what she was feeling for once. She started to make the coffee. I turned around to see if Ito needed any. His brain is still wrinkling. Me too. He must have been thinking hard. He didn't even seem to notice that Serica was making coffee, which normally would have been a cause for panic. I decided for now to put the coffee that Kazuki had made in front of him. He seemed to understand the situation and stretched out his hand.
なあ、そのホテルの現場で録画した映像ってまだ残ってるんだろ。
True, that we do.
まあな。僕のポケコンとスマホに入ってる。それ以外は危ないから削除したけど。
Ito glanced at my Pokecom for a moment and then turned toward me.
見せてくれ。
I don't know if you want to see that, bro. I know this is your vibe and everything, and you're into that, but I don't know, man. I wasn't sure what to do. He must have been able to sense my uncertainty.
警察から口止めされてるのか。
Of course they did. And he did not
いや
listen.
でも気にしてるのはそこじゃない。だいたいお前にはもう何があったか喋ってるし。そうじゃなくて。
It's just traumatic.
なんていうか、これを見ちゃうと。
It's one thing to watch it, it's another thing to... Well, it's one thing to watch, like, fake crime documentaries or real crime documentaries. It's another thing to actually see straight up, like, real footage. In a TV show or a movie, this is where the hero would say there's no going back. Undergoing a shocking event changed the way you felt about it the rest of your life. When you learned a hidden secret, it changed you. Just like when I'd learned about my parents.
こうだろ。見せてくれ。
I can't wait till we get that bomb dropped on us, cause I have no idea. Ito saw that I was hesitating and cut me off.
お前らは直接見てきたもんなんだろ。俺も見ておきたい。
Can confirm as someone who's seen actual crime scene pictures. Yeah? I can only imagine. Like, I have been on... I don't know, I just like woke up one day and chose violence and was like, what if I just watch a bunch of crime documentaries again? I don't know, man, it was like the time changed and fall hit and I was like, you know what? It's perfect. I think I saw one like advertised or it like popped up on Netflix and I was like, you know what? Perfect, let's go. And now I've watched a bunch since and my Netflix recommendations are in shambles. It's fine. It's just gonna be a very big problem, but I want to watch something more normal. But that's a future problem. But that's still like very different. It didn't seem like he was going to change his mind.
わかった。
じゃあ PC モニターで見ようよ。大きい方が見やすいでしょ。
Serica, the only person who didn't seem to understand the gravity of the situation, spoke up. Or maybe she just didn't think it was important.
しんちゃんは部員だよ。見ないと。
だな。
Ito smiled, as if he relaxed a little. He brought his hands up to his cheeks and gave them a slap to psych himself up. Like I said, nothing... all of these kids are gonna need trauma. Or not trauma, no, they have trauma, I lied. They're gonna need freaking therapy. Gosh. Need therapy for all the extra trauma.
よし。じゃあ一時的にデスクトップにコピーしよう。今ブラウザ閉じて。
Then he froze.
あ。
何？
おい。
やばい。おい、見ろ、これ。
Eh. Ito pointed to the monitor, his voice shaking. Serica and I hurried behind him to see what he was looking at. And gulped. Concern?
何この動画。
We were just having coffee. What happened?
わかんねえ。今、いきなりまとめウィキに貼られた。
Not the wiki. The curtains opened and the man appeared. Huh? That's our boy. Who the heck took that? That's from the outside. It was that room in the Love Hotel. The man must have been Kakita. I couldn't see her face, but was that the girl? It had to be. Her clothes matched what I remembered.
おい。おい。
The bed spun around and the wire dug into Kakita's neck. There was no sound in the video, but I could hear the sound of the wire and the music box in my mind. Kakita's face took on a color very similar to what I'd seen in person, and the footage ended.
おい。なんだよこれ。マジかよ。
Who has this and put it on the wiki? Excuse me?
Oi, Miyashiro!
I almost jumped off the ground.
あ、ごめん。
なんだこれ。お前が撮ったのか？
Ito yelled at me hysterically. I quickly shook my head.
そんなわけないだろ。僕は部屋の中にいたんだ。
じゃあなんだよこれ。
I would love to know.
知らないって。僕にわかるわけ。
Bro, freaking gargling. I'm so sorry. Serica's hand suddenly stretched out.
なんだよ。
ストップ。落ち着こう。タク、しんちゃん。喧嘩はダメだよ。
She grabbed us both by the cheek and pinched hard. Ow. Ow.
痛いって。
Also, am I blind? They talked about the girl, but I didn't see her. But then again, there was a lot to look at, so... all I saw was him in the curtain.
もう怒鳴らない？喧嘩しない？
Oh, unless they meant that she was the one with the camera. Did she, like, scale the wall outside, get the video, and then, like, collapse? Like, through the window? This is really painful. Please stop. Ito and I nodded, and Serica let go. Oh no, that is concerning, Jake. I'll remember you. Why would you do that to yourself?
何すんだ。
I don't think there's any saving him at that point, I'll be honest. They got
だ
him.
って2人とも怒鳴るんだもん。
だからってお前な。
Wait, Mips, does your brother also plays League? That's pretty good. I do not understand it in the slightest. I am very tempted to watch Arcane though. I forgot about its existence, but then I saw them talking about season 2. And Netflix knows, because it just keeps, it's like there, looking at me. It's like, will I be confused about everything? Probably, but I assume that even if you don't play League, you can still enjoy it, maybe. I don't know. The art style is really cool. We'll see. Ito rubbed his cheek and gave Serika an angry glare. She must have grabbed him really hard, because I could see a red mark forming in the shape of her hand. Did that mean I had one of those too?
喧嘩はダメ。今にも殴りかかりそうだったよ。
Yeah, you can. I would figure, because if not, that would be... I mean, it's a lot of... I mean, I suppose League is big enough that they'd probably still make a show for it anyway, but you would think it would want to appeal to non-fans too. I don't know. I have so many things I want to watch right now, but it's like, it's on the list. Serika repeated. She didn't seem to think she'd done anything wrong at all. No, maybe she hadn't. Oh lord, it even got Kazuki to stop playing 14. Kazuki gave Serika a thumbs up. Girl boss, honestly. Serika gave her a satisfied thumbs up in return. I love them. I didn't get it.
あれだな。将来友達を叩いちゃいけませんって言いながら自分の子供を叩くタイプだな。
Hitting his rock smacks him upside the head. Ito's words impressed me. It was one of the most accurate predictions I'd heard in years. Serika frowned and said she'd never do that.
ねえ、なんだろうね、これ。
Yeah, back to the video, please. She pointed to the monitor. She didn't seem too bothered by it. She must have been used to seeing gory videos because she looked pretty calm. I rubbed my cheek as I looked on.
外から撮影したものだよな。
Was this on the 3rd floor or the 2nd floor? I can't remember, but that's still like higher than it should be to climb up and record a video if it is someone just like scaling the side.
あの現場に間違いないのか?
Yes, it is. I nodded, a little uncertain.
多分遺体の状況もあのままだったと思う。
くそ、なんなんだ?
ねえ、保存しておいた方が良くない?
Yeah? Yeah, that definitely seems like something they would try to take down immediately.
ああ、そうだな。こんなもんいつ消されるかわかんねえ。
That was enough to bring Ito back to his senses. He saved the file to the PC with a slightly more unsteady hand than usual. Kazuki was still playing her game, but the rest of us stared at the download bar as it filled up little by little. Okay, she's back on 14, it's fine. And when it finished and the file was saved...
単にいたずらとかじゃないよね。
Serika knew better than anyone else that it was no such thing, but she asked anyway. I nodded firmly.
なあ、これを撮った人間は、いや、誰が貼り付けた?
Ito frowned.
ハッカーじゃないからな。俺ら素人レベルでわかるとしても IP アドレスくらいだろ。個人の特定まで行き着くのは無理だよ。
だよな。
Sometimes the media would say that the police used an IP address to track down a criminal's address, but strictly speaking, that wasn't quite right. Under some special circumstances, like a customer paying for a static address, it was possible, but most of the time you couldn't track down an individual PC from an IP address. And even if you could, the most you could track down was a PC, not a person. Several years ago, this had led a very famous false arrest case. What the heck are we supposed to do now? I scratched my head, confused.
おいついでた見ちゃおうぜ
Huh?
お前がラブホテルで撮った動画だよさっきの映像を見ちゃった後だもっとどうにでもなれだ
You know, he's got a point. Ito sounded like he was having a hard time believing what he'd seen was real. He'd already copied the file off the Pokecam and gone to open it. He probably was just overwhelmed. I know that was how I'd been.
間近で撮ってるから相当だぞ
I mean, the other video's pretty brutal, too. But, yeah. I gave him a warning, and he responded with a firm nod. He clicked on the file.
しんちゃん、本当に？
Dude, when I heard the steps, I honestly thought Kurusu was just gonna, like... I just thought she was gonna burst into the room. Ito was moving at a quick pace. His expression was serious, but he was having trouble hiding his excitement.
そんなことあるのか
んだよマジだって
We were following Ito down the hall quickly. Wait, does he recognize the girl?
こいつ知ってるぞ
Oh, let's go. He said that he knew the girl who'd been in the room with us. That couldn't be true. And yet, she's a student here. Sarakai had insisted he was mistaken, but Ito wouldn't listen.
部会で見かけた気がするんだよ
Bro, just get a yearbook, please. Just go ham. Even if he was right, the club leaders meeting was where all the leaders of the school clubs and teams got together. If she was there, did that mean she was a leader in some club? I asked Ito, but he just smirked a little.
わかんねえぞうちみたい
Actually,
に
yeah.
部長が大勢の人の前で喋るのが苦手で
I was gonna say, because Ito isn't a
部会の議長だから
president or anything. He's not a leader, but he was there.
ただの部員である俺が出ているところもあるんだからな
苦手じゃないただなんていうか
It's okay, buddy. You are terrible at speaking. Don't worry. It's relatable. I didn't like it. It made me nervous. Being in front of all those people, I mean. And everyone knows those meetings never actually lead to anything productive. If you made a movie out of one of them, no one would go see it.
なんていうかなんだよ
いいだろ別にというかどこに行くつもりなんだよ
ここだ
Here. Ito suddenly stopped. It was the student council room on the 6th floor of the annex building. Are they gonna ask Kurusu?
なんで
部活紹介とかの書類が写真付きで置いてあるんだよ校内中探すよりいいだろ
You know, it's not a yearbook, but I still feel validated. Wait a second. I pulled Ito away from the door. Godspeed to them. Having to explain.
もしクルスがいたらどうするんだよ
Ito gave a little moan.
それはお前がなんとかごまかせよ
だからそれができるくらいだったら最初から
They haven't even gotten her any sweets yet, so they have no bribing material.
入りまーす。
Sarika just going in. Once Inoue ignored us completely and walked right into the room. As she should. Damn, now what? We just had to pray she wasn't there. Even better! Great! Good! Hello? Our eyes met and suddenly I forgot how to breathe. I guess she's been released from the police. Oh, would she recognize him, I wonder? She was pretty messed up. It was that girl. What was she doing here?
タクル？あなたたちもどうしたの全員で。え、
Oh, well, actually, okay, so actually, oh, wait, what, it works? What? That's scary. I don't know about that. But we did look it up. It said that you were supposed to go for the uncommon route on the... I'm scared? Fear. Big fear. But yeah. I do know that the first playthrough is supposed to be the common route. Now I'm so tempted to just click it and see if anything happens or if it is still locked out. Godspeed.
Yeah.
The girl stared at us suspiciously. And then, for the first time, she realized that I couldn't take my eyes off her.
何ほうけてるのあなたたち。
は？
The words wouldn't come out. What do I say? Why was she here? Why was she acting so normal? Oh! Weird! Okay.
はじめまして。私、クルス・ノノの妹です。
Huh? Good thing this is a delusion. The girl suddenly smiled and bowed.
妹？
Huh?
嘘だ。クルスに妹がいるなんて話、聞いたことが。
I was gonna be like, their eyes are similar, but I think hers are like a little more blue.
渋谷地震の時に生き別れになっていたの。私自身、妹はもう死んじゃったんだって諦めていたんだけど。
But...
まさか、こうして再会できるなんて。本当に奇跡ってあるのね。
I gotta remember that this is just a positive delusion. I am very surprised that they let me actually do one. But yeah, I'll probably after this I'm just gonna keep letting it do its own thing for this playthrough anyway. I was just curious since I swear in the menu I thought it was the L and R. I didn't realize it was the L2. I thought it was just the regular ones. There were tears in Kurusu's eyes. Then this girl really was her little sister? I was still having trouble believing it as a girl walked right up next to me.
あなたが宮代拓さんですか？
うん、そうだけど。
How did she know my name?
じゃあ、私にとってはお兄ちゃんですね。
Yeah, yep.
なんだと？
そうなの？だってタクルさんはお姉ちゃんにとって弟同然なんでしょ？
That doesn't make any sense at all. I looked to Kurusu for help.
タクル、仲良くしてあげて。よろしくお願いします、お兄ちゃん。
And all of a sudden, I had a little sister. Things around here were about to get a lot more complicated. Or not. Not a chance in hell. There was no way this girl was Kurusu's little sister. Is he living with their family or something? Or is this... Well, the thing is that him and Kurusu were both, like, orphans. So they lived at this home. With... I think there were supposed to be at least 2 other ones. And they were supposed to... Like, Kurusu kind of looked after all of them. And so... They have, like, this sibling bond. But then something happened. And they aren't getting along right now. And he moved out, so she's still in the dorm, but he isn't, because he lives in that trailer now. But yeah, that's... Is his superpower realistic daydream? Because, bro, that's just mental illness. You know? That's what it feels like. I'm only very concerned, but...
Non-chan, 知り合いなの?
That was just a delusion. That didn't actually happen. So we're just, we're going back to what actually did happen. God, I need to find my chapstick. My freaking lip is dying.
ええ、後輩。2年生で文芸部部長の有村ひなえさん。
She leads the literature club. Okay.
あ、どうもです。
But now we know what that's gonna be like, because apparently every time those blue and red things pop up, I can either pick a positive one or a negative one, and something freaking crazy happens. Negative delusions are more fun. I have heard that they are extremely dark. I am very interested. But also, I'm a little scared since it's my first playthrough, and I didn't actually know if it would let me choose one, so I was like, if I'm gonna choose one, I don't want to, like, mess up my ending or anything. I want to just get the common one. So I was like, I'll just go with the safe one. This is supposed to be a mystery horror game. It sure is!
クルス先輩のお友達ですか?
ええ。そっちが新聞部部員で3年の伊藤真二くん。同じく部員で2年の尾上セリカ。で、それが部長で3年の宮代拓。身の程を知らない私の愚弟。
And a boy who doesn't know his place. Dang. Kurusu's eyes narrowed as she glared at me.
弟さんですか? でも名字が
養護施設のね。
Ye old orphanage.
へえ、血がつながってない兄弟。なんかいやらしいですね。
Shake of my head.
小説とかと一緒にしないでちょうだい。
Who's gonna tell her? But still, doesn't it seem kind of naughty? She asked with a wink. What? Yeah, okay, let's get back to this. Why? What are you doing here? And does she recognize us? Or was she too, like, messed up? I wiped my sweaty hands on my pants and tried to ignore my pounding heart.
何してるんですか?
You know, she seems to be acting pretty normal for everything that happened. Get the words out.
タクル?
Serica seemed to understand what I was trying to say and finished my sentence for me.
有村さんは何しにここに来たんですか? クルス先輩に文化祭のことで話があったんだよ。てか同学年なんだから敬語いらないよ。
Her ribbons are different though. Can't wait for her to be a twin or something. Screams.
あ、 うん。まあいっか。じゃあ私はこれで。クルス先輩、すいませんでした。
Kurusu waved a hand and told her not to worry.
事情があるなら仕方ないでしょう。文芸部は文化祭に参加できないと話は通しておくから。でもどうしても事情は言えないのね。
痛いけな乙女の秘密ということで何卒。
I don't know about that.
了解。でも来年はフォローできないからね。
はい、ありがとうございました。
The girl put her bag on her shoulder and bowed to us, then went to leave. Wait. I still haven't asked you about the things I need to. Her name, it was...
有村さん
Bro is freaking trying his best. My voice was loud enough that I made her jump a little.
びっくりした。元気ですね。
ごめんなさい。
いえ、別にいいんです
We
けど。
told you that he can't talk to girls. He's going through it.
大声すいませんでした。いや、じゃなくて、ですね。その。
My face was turning red from nervousness. This always happened the first time I talked to someone. What should I ask? Then.
そのホテルで。
ホテル？
何してたんですか？
Lord, now that I know I have the power to actually like make the choices, I'm like, no, I mustn't. I must stay strong. Just for now. A moment. It felt like her body moved for just a moment.
有村さん？
I could see Kurusu frown in the corner of my eye. She was looking at me. Her expression hadn't changed. But for some reason it felt like she was looking me over. An awkward silence ensued as we waited for her to answer.
あなただったんですか？部屋に入ったっていううちの生徒は。
Sure were. Her tone of voice was perfectly normal. There was no surprise or anger, just a flat, level tone. But somehow that struck me as much worse.
言葉に出してもらってもいいですか？部屋に入ったのはあなたですか？
How is she the one that's now interrogating? What?
そうだよ。
そうですか。
I couldn't tell if she cared or not.
それでホテルで何を？
部屋のドアが勝手に開いて、それで入れたそうですね。それは本当ですか？
The door? The door opened on its own. She knew about that. I nodded.
言葉に出してもらってもいいですか？
Huh?
本当だよ。勝手に内側から。
そうですか。
And then she seemed to be looking me over again. What's going on here?
有村さん？何かあなた。
じゃあ失礼します。
Arimura ignored Kurusu's question and went to leave.
ちょっとですから何を？
ああ、敬語いらないですよ。それに呼び捨てでいいです。後輩じゃないですか。それから。あなた、殺されますよ。
宮代拓先輩。
Great. Cool. Normal. Yep. Those were her last words before she left the room. Did we get let in because it has decided to kill us? Whatever this what Okay. Much to think about. She didn't seem at all surprised that I had questioned her, but I froze solid. Great. Bruh, who put that on Hachiko? Stop it! I hate it here. This is a sumo sticker, isn't it? No, it is not cute. Congrats on 500 retweets. Sumo woofer. Man. They really just... Okay. I love a good bomb drop. Okay, we're back to October 2nd, so we've gone back in time. Dogenzaka Shibuya. The sky had been overcast all day, and now it had finally begun to rain. Some of the news media that had been swarming around the Love Hotel decided it was a good time to go home. Others just took refuge in their vans, frowning. Meanwhile... Okay, I wondered, when I saw we were back at the crime scene, I'm like, is it Shingo time? Shinjo, rather? I can speak, I can't. Shinjo's mind raced as quickly as the men trying to flee the storm. In my defense, I was just told we were going to die. So, or we were gonna be killed, or whatever. Same thing! Something bad is going to occur. Everything had started right after midnight. What does this girl know? Hine Arimura, the Haikigo girl, had refused to give even her name until he'd relay Mimosa's message to her, but as soon as she'd heard it, her attitude changed. His only choice now was to continue to do everything Mimosa's kid told him to do. The first thing she'd said was that there was almost no chance Arimura was the killer, and that it was safe to let her go. That explains how she got to school, I guess. The second thing she'd said was that it would be smarter to let her go and see what she did. The third thing she'd said was that even if he did get some answers out of her, he wouldn't be able to make sense of them. Shinjo had used every bit of his authority to get her released. He'd been forced to suck up to people he really didn't like, and in the end, she would be monitored and questioned by the police daily. Since they hadn't known if she had anything to do with Kakita's death, they'd use her assault on the police officer to bring her in. Either way, last evening marked 48 hours since her arrest. They had decided whether to let her go or seek a warrant for detention. They hadn't found any physical evidence connecting her to Kakita's murder, and Arimura herself said, Yeah, that explains why she didn't recognize our boy, so... That was all she'd said, in fact. Provisional release, at this point, felt like a bit of a stretch of his authority, but it was a sensible decision. Doesn't remember anything but pegged you as the next person to die. See, that was when she found out that was after she questioned us about what I'm assuming the police told her, because the police, thought it was BS, but I'm guessing he was just like, the kids that showed up said that the door opened on their own, but there were video cameras in the hallway that didn't pick up anything, so how did the door unlock itself? Clearly this girl knows! She at minimum knows how to tell who's next. I mean, I think it's gotta be something. It's something with the knocking and something with the door unlocking. Can't believe they were chosen. Which, isn't great, because the next death is October 10th. That's not far. It's not good. It's a little, I'm sure it'll be fine. Probably. He didn't have a plan to follow. This was the first time that it happened, he thought. He only managed to be successful at his age around what Momose called the hardheads in Section 1, was that he knew how to be flexible. The reason that many police officers could be stubborn and hard-headed was that most of the time, that was how you solved the case. Shinjo understood that the rules they clung to so fiercely, both written and unwritten, were the product of valuable experience. But he also understood that the unorthodox method his senior detective friend had taught him were a weapon in their own right. The main characters aren't safe. I don't know if anyone's safe in this game, but you know, that's fair. Must have something to do with hearing people speak too, since she kept asking the protagonist to say things aloud. You know? Yeah. Or him admitting that he, like, experienced these things, maybe. There's a lot to think about, but that is a good catch. One good example was the time the profilers had told them that a person behind a string of assaults was a man in his 20s who never left his house. He'd found out that the culprit was actually a runaway girl in her late teens who lived in a net cafe. He'd matched the internet logs that Section 1 had gathered with the data held by the Social Safety Section, a group that was on notoriously bad terms with Section 1. In the end, he'd cracked the case by logging onto an online game and tracking down several of its players, including the girl behind the attacks. Shinjo was, if nothing else, confident that he was capable of not letting preconceptions keep him from making the best choice. But this time, not only did he not know what was the best choice, he didn't even know if the choices he was making were good or bad.
これじゃあ百瀬さんの言った通りじゃないか。
Which I still want to know how that lady knew that it would end up this way when she gave him the advice. Concern. If he couldn't change things fast, he might end up taking off the case. He looked at his watch and realized something. The man he was waiting for wasn't here. So who'd be waiting for? It had cost him quite a bit to get permission to show him the crime scene, and he was over 30 minutes late. Oh.
百瀬さんが言うには特徴のあるやつだからすぐにわかるって話だったが。
He didn't know what he looked like. There was no way the officer standing guard outside could miss him.
ちょっと待ちなさい！こら！
He heard a loud voice from the hallway. Shinjo decided that before he let him into the scene, he'd give him a lecture about his tardiness. Oh. He stopped, surprised. Woman detective? He didn't expect to see what he saw. He convinced himself that anyone weird enough to want to see a crime scene had to be a guy. But that's where you're wrong. But she looked like she was very pretty with full makeup on, even if she wore none now. A frown was plastered on her face and her long hair was half-heartedly tied behind her back. Is she also a student? She was wearing a white lab coat, but under it was...
制服？それに、あれは確か...
Do we have a Naoto? Student detective or something? That was a uniform for Haikiko Academy, the same school Arimura and the two kids who snuck into the crime scene attended. Shinjo motioned to the officer to let her pass and remembered the last name he'd been given by Momose.
君が久野里さんかな。
Kunosato, okay.
Yeah. I leave it to you all. So, you don't need my confirmation.
I love it. Let's go.
There's no time to waste, as you know. Yeah. Yeah.
This I can't wait for this poor man to not understand English.
Well, I gotta nurse this damn cup. Okay. Later, Chris.
Oh, she was on the phone. That makes more sense. And then she hung up the phone and glared at Shinjo. She showed no sign of apologizing for her lateness or gawking at a scene of a murder. This was her. It had to be. When he saw how arrogantly she was behaving, he knew immediately that this had to be the Kunosato person that Momose had told him about. I'm so intrigued. I love her already. I have not watched Steins Gate, but I feel like I probably should, especially now that I'm playing this. Is that a thing that I should do? Is that like homework? I know that the anime for this is absolutely horrible and not to ever touch it, but I know Steins Gate is obviously very good. He felt a little overwhelmed by her, but tried to make his voice as strong as he could. Oh, Chris is a character from that. He's not the one in the lab coat, is he?
Kunosato-san.
That's probably...
百瀬さんのことだから
That's probably too much of a
どんな人が来
stretch.
ても構わないつもりでいたんだが、若い女の子を入れるわけには。
Can't believe I'm gonna have to watch Steins Gate.
こんな非常識が蔓延している現場で
Gonna have to do
常
homework
識
before
的
next
なことを
weekend.
言うな。それが邪魔だと言われなかったか？
She ignored Shinjo's words and walked right past them. She stepped right on top of a number of plates that forensics had put on the ground to identify the locations of evidence. More of an Easter egg? I still approve. That's pretty good. Then she looked at the blinds placed on the window to stop the media from looking inside and stopped. Shinjo felt himself becoming annoyed at her attitude, particularly what she'd just said about him in English. Oh, okay, he does understand English.
こ
Rip.
ちらが間抜けな警官だろうが、指示には従ってもらう。今すぐに。
世間の連中は死体はみんな死んでると思ってる。
You know? Considering his head fell off, I'm pretty sure that he's dead, but okay.
は？
英語を聞き取れる耳は持っていても、ビンチャーは見てないのか？
Venture. She put up her hand to the blind that she'd been looking at. Looking up the definition of corpse! Looking up the freaking... What is it? Looking up the definition of Venture. David Venture, an American movie director, the line Kunosato said is from the hit psychological suspense movie 8. Man! That's pretty good.
何してんだ？
あんたらは現場は事件が起きた空間だけだと思ってるのかって言ってるんだ。
She kept her eyes on the exposed window. As she tossed him a Pokecam she'd fished out of her pocket. Shinjo grabbed it without thinking and looked down at it. Okay, so the video's been uploaded at this point, and she's about to investigate the window, I'm guessing, because she's smart. He was stunned. There's footage of the room he was in right now. That was probably Kakiga dead. And Hine Arimura.
なんだこれは。
ついさっきウェブに貼られた動画だ。
Her answer made Shinjo feel pissed off at everything, including himself. Why didn't he notice? Why did he have to be shown this by a girl he just met?
窓の外からか。
He grabbed onto the window frame, looking for the spot where the video had been recorded. But all he saw was the external wall of the building, slick with rain. There was only some kind of strange, creepy sticker there.
Oi!
Shinjo yelled out into the hallway. The officers heard the tone of his voice and rushed inside. Shinjo pointed at the window and said,
至急鑑識を呼んで、隣の建物の入り口を封鎖しろ。それから、この映像の出所を。
I was gonna be like, can forensics really do much if it's been raining out there? I mean, I guess it's only, what, like, the day after, but still.
映像はともかく、建物からはおそらく何も出ないぞ。外壁にカメラなどを取り付けた形跡はなかった。
え？
入り口にあった監視カメラの映像をコピーして、うちで洗っているが、まあ出ないだろう。
Could also investigate the rooms above the window in the opposite building for whoever was in there. That's true. That's true. Because technically, that's how the main character got the picture that he has of the poor man that died in the live stream. Because he got a picture of the crime scene by going into a karaoke building that was like right next door. And peering through windows with his camera, waiting to freaking find a shot. She must have been enjoying this because Kunosato's frown twisted into a mischievous bully's expression. Again, he didn't understand. He didn't have time for this. He ignored her and ordered his men to seal the building, call forensics, and track down where the video was filmed. With that finished, he turned back to her.
それを調べていて遅れたのか。
現場保全を優先しろ。この動画は貼られた直後にやっとちゃんに飛び火した。貼られてから40分強経過している。
Okay, only 40 minutes ago. She's been busy.
すでに5000人以上がこの動画にアクセスしてるんだ。その中に事件にへばりついている下のマスコミの関係者がいないと思うか？
待て、勝手に。
Oh.
ニコニアニュースの渡部です。この動画についてコメントを。
Oh yeah, freaking Niconia, I forgot. That was like the one thing that was kind of connected to the other case, but I don't think we have Niconia connected to this new one so far.
カイアミテレビです。お聞きしたいことが。
It's been so long since we heard about it, I forgot.
出ていけ、ほらな。
You could hear yelling coming from the hallway.
くそ、またあのネット記者か。
Shinjo ran out into the hallway, infuriated.
捜査一課の方ですか？動画をご覧に。許可なく入らないでください。コメントすることはありません。
押すんじゃない。
ご覧になったんですか？なっていないんですか？コメントすることはありません。
Kunosato was still looking outside the window as she listened to the commotion in the hallway. She stuck her hands in her pockets and stared at the sticker on the opposite wall, the way a person on top of a tall building stares down at the tiny people on the street below.
なあ、気分はどうだ？
We talking to the sticker? The sticker pictured two ugly overlapping faces. The rain made it look like they were crying.
目撃者がいるとすれば、お前だけだろう。
Kunasato smirked like a fighter facing down a worthy opponent. I just love how ominous the stickers look. Alright, October 2nd, Friday. Time passed, it was now almost midnight. Under a bridge in Shibuya. She walked with her head down so that others couldn't see her strange face. Wait, are we back with the lady? The singer lady whose name I forgot? That sounds like her limp. She was dragging her legs, so her body tilted a little. She didn't have an umbrella, so the rain that had fallen that evening made her long bangs cling to her forehead. Water dripped off of them. Are we gonna see how she freaking dies? I mean, I know we know what happened, but we didn't actually, like, experience it, so to speak. The eerie eyes that poked out from between her locks of hair looked like those of an animal hunting its prey. No one was moving but her. Normally, there would be people here at this hour. But the town left her alone, as if it had sensed something. She disappeared into an alley without anyone else noticing her. It was several minutes later when they appeared there. Confusion? A girl less than 10 years old, and an old woman well over 70. The old woman might have been blind, because she carried a stick that had her hand on the girl's shoulder. And the little girl was carrying something far too big for her tiny frame. Oh, you're still not convinced the dead girl was her? Oh yeah, that's true, because the hair! I forgot about that. And the outfit. I mean, I guess I still said that it could have been a different time. Because she would have had to go and record songs, but we'll see. And they are two very different people. Neither of them were carrying umbrellas, and both were soaking wet. They walked at a slow pace. Perhaps they knew the path well, or perhaps they simply didn't care, because they paid no attention to anything around them. And then, for the first time, the little girl saw something and stopped. The old woman stopped as well, and the only sound in the alley was the sound of the rain. The girl stood there for a full minute. Eventually, she turned her head and led the older woman away. All that was left was the rain. That's a lot of stickers! And the things on the wall. I would like to go back! I would like to go back to the things on the wall, please!
問題の映像は先日渋谷のラブホテルで自殺していた男性の遺体を映しており
It was past midnight. All the news programs were talking about the video that had been uploaded to the internet that afternoon. Since there was a dead body in the video, none of the programs were actually playing it, but the newscasters had all described it. It was as they were telling people to watch the rest on the web.
となると、この報道が初耳の人間がネットに流れてくるか。
Man, now even the normies are gonna know about it. Twitter was the best way to see what people were saying at any given moment. I opened it and took a look. Dude, every time they say Twitter, I feel... I love it, but I hate it. How has it not been taken down yet? That's a great question. You would think. At this point, there's gonna be no way, because even if they take it down, there's probably like a zillion copies. Where can you see the thing they're talking about on TV? This is getting exciting. Ah yes, the wiki. I saw it, but I should have known better than to watch it this late at night. Someone tell me a funny joke or something. I wonder if games and stuff can use Twitter now that the rebrand happened. You know, that's a good question. Maybe we'll find out. Whenever I search for a keyword related to the case, I found tons of tweets about the video and news broadcast. The address of any page or aggregator site hosting the video is getting retweeted at an incredible rate. I mean, it's funny to me because I swear they use the exact same Twitter icon, and it's like, man, that thing sure just doesn't exist anymore. Feels bad, man. @Chan had already been in festival mode since the video had been first posted this evening. The video on the my brain hates that word for some reason. I don't know why. The video on the wiki had been quickly deleted, but someone had saved it and uploaded it to a bunch of other sites. Well, there you go. That answers the question, really. Those sites had deleted it too, so others had repeated the process. After the news, the threads on @Chan had gotten bigger. Revolving Dead. Hey, it's got its fancy name. Good for him. I didn't know who'd first come up with that name, but more and more people on @Chan were using it. It was probably a play on the revolving bed the body had been found on. Since the body had been spinning too, the case was literally about the revolving dead. @Chan, Twitter, and the sites and the pages dealing with the case were in an uproar. I looked around and didn't see any new information. I'd seen it in person myself. I could easily tell when someone was lying or guessing. Yo, that sounds good, Sam. I hope you survive your appointment. You should also go, that's fair and valid. But do not worry, because I have the first one should be uploaded to YouTube, and I'll make sure to get this one up there too. Since I know it's easier to watch than Twitch at times, because Twitch VODs are kinda stinky. But it was nice seeing you. I hope you guys have good weeks. There were no big updates on Shibuya News either. The top of the page was about the uploaded video, but it was basically just a rehash of existing information. I thought that with all the fuss, she'd be putting on a radio broadcast. But maybe she was busy. Bro, she's probably working. There was nothing about the sumo stickers or Arimura. Which made sense, I guess. Even Kei wasn't psychic. Only we and the police knew about Arimura, and only we knew about the stickers. The sumo stickers.
本当であれば今日中にオトモレタンの現場に力シールがあるかどうか確認したいと思っていたのに。
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
Okay, she technically didn't say next, just that we're gonna be killed. So maybe there's time. Could be any of them. We have options. Couldn't get the words she'd whispered out of my head. In the end, it had started raining, and I'd gone with Ito's plan of trying to get more information about the video and learn more about Arimura. It's still very ominous. I hadn't made much progress with either. Of course, it had surprised me that Kurusu... that Kurusu hadn't said anything.
殺されますよってなんだよ。
Well, if I had to guess, it means that you're going to be killed. I'm sure I'll be fine. The question came back to me again for the 100th time, and I still had no answer. What was she warning me about? Why'd she told me I was going to be killed? Had I pissed her off somehow? No, it felt more like she was talking about someone else killing me. Then maybe it didn't matter if she hated me or not. And the timing didn't make sense either. We weren't talking about anything weird, we were just talking about the case. Was she telling me that if I kept looking into this I would be killed? But that didn't make sense either. The police had ruled the death at the Love Hotel a suicide. It was a strange way to kill yourself, sure, and after seeing it I couldn't believe it was just a simple suicide, but... Did that mean Kakita had been murdered, after all? Murdered by whoever had tried to come into the room? But the police had told me I'd been mistaken, and Ito had told me I couldn't prove it logically. It was no good. It didn't make any sense. I was going to be killed. Had I crossed some line?
殺されるぞ、宮代拓。
I tried saying it aloud and shivered a little. Was I scared, or... I was gonna say, if he's excited... Bro! He would be. I could feel myself start to laugh. That was fine. That was just fine with me. If I'd crossed some line, I'd find out what it was. That was the difference between me and those morons on the internet. I could do it. I had lots of clues. The first was Hine Arimura herself. And then... the sumo stickers. I'd only seen them at 2 of the crime scenes so far, but if I could find one at Leaky Noise, too, I'd have a clue that no one else in the world had. I should go take a look tomorrow. And then... there was the video that had gotten uploaded to the internet. Who had upped it, and why?
Huh?
That is still a big question. I played the video one more time, then realized something.
そういえば、なんでだ? こっちもか。
It was a common thing you found in videos, so I'd never really noticed until now, but... and I hadn't seen any comments on the internet saying anything about it either.
なんでこんな処理してるんだ?
Oh, it is an effect? I was trying to figure that out. I wasn't sure if, like, someone was closing their eyes, or if it was just, like, supposed to be, like, covering, like, if you had, like, one of those fancy cameras with, like, a cover for a lens. But there was something weird at the start and end of the video. It was on screen for less than a second, but at the start the image appeared from bottom to top. And then at the end... okay, so there is, like, a transition. It went back from top to bottom. They're making it like the stickers are watching, aren't they? I don't know, but I mean, it does look like an eye opening and closing. And it would be perfect. It would be the perfect angle. These weren't particularly unusual effects. The one at the start was often used in TV shows and movies when a character woke up. Of course, this was when the camera was showing his point of view. The one at the end was often used when a character was falling asleep or just before they passed out. Sometimes you could play both at high speed to make it look like someone was blinking. It was called a wipe. It was a method of transitioning video from one image to another.
Huh?
This video is clearly taken from the next Love Hotel and almost perfectly at eye level. From the distance and angle, that much was clear. I spent so much time looking through a camera that I knew how to judge the distance between it and the things it saw. I was sure that if I asked the rest of the newspaper club, they'd agree. But the side of the building where this video was taken was a sheer wall. I could see that for myself in the video I'd taken. The only things I could see outside the window were a wall and a sticker. The uploaded video looked like it had been taken from someone's eyes. Suddenly, a dumb idea occurred to me. I looked at the picture of the sticker on the wall that I'd printed out. Bro, why would you put that sticker up in your house? Man! Tucker, why? Oh, and their eyes are always closed on the sticker, too. I shook my head to drive away the stupid delusion. I needed to stay calm and logical. Tomorrow I could go see where the camera had probably been placed. You good there, bud? I swear, if these things open their eyes, it's not gonna be good. You know, that's worse than what I thought, but okay. I thought it would just be the two eyes, but that's much worse. Great. Okay, what do we got? I apologize for being late. The test images? Spreading through Shibuya as expected. Continue to monitor the situation. Yes. And the target? No issues. There's no sign they know my identity. Okay. Close enough to kill Takeru Miyashiro at any time. You can't stop me! You can't take this from me! I will not be silenced! If you ask me, all the people in my class were ignorant children. When I was in 4th grade, only about 1 in 6 kids had a smartphone. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, I think chapter 1 finally is over. I mean, to be fair, if you were, like, reading it yourself, it's a lot faster than me reading it out loud, but that's still very long. A bunch of them would use their phones during breaks to pull up secret web pages made by the kids at school or dumb joke sites. They'd pass them around the class to become the center of attention, and each would be the leader of their own little group. One day, one of these leaders was upset because he couldn't visit a site he'd been able to access the day before. Some of the kids in his group suggested that it was broken or that maybe the address had changed. I told him, it's internet filtering. Your parents contacted the cell phone company to limit your online access. The leader looked stunned for a moment, but then he yelled at me not to make stuff up. The rest of the group joined in. I knew I was right, I wasn't making anything up. I didn't understand why they were all yelling. Later, I realized that I was the class misfit, and he was the boss of his little group, and he didn't like that I had shown him up. I only went to school once in a while, but when I did, something like that always happened. I was sick of it. I wanted to show the rest of the class I was better than they were. I wanted to shock all those wrong-siders. When I snuck inside, I found a place filled with true darkness, unlike any I'd ever experienced. I could hear her gasp behind me.
大丈夫。
Sarika didn't answer. She just clung to me as if seeking escape from the darkness around us. Is this when we snuck into the hospital? Should we go home? Sarika quickly shook her head.
大丈夫。まだお兄ちゃんの手がかりを見つけてないもん。それに
Who's Amy?
あんな家にいたくない。タクだってそうでしょ？
I thought for a second and nodded. For her, that was probably the real reason.
よし、行こう。
Sarika nodded back, but even in the darkness, I could see that her lips were quivering. She was scared.
ラッキーなのかもな。
What I wanted in this situation wasn't a brave comrade who would go boldly forward with me, but a friend who would shiver pathetically behind my back. No matter what happened, I had to protect Sarika. Having her there made me feel better like that. I brought my focus back to what was going on around me and started to softly walk forward. Oh, that's the thing that we saw! Oh. Okay, that's still very concerning. I woke up from the usual dream. For once, I hadn't been sweating in my sleep. In fact, I felt better than usual. Okay, so they snuck into a hospital and saw something very bad. And I'm guessing that's what messed him up. But also, what the heck is happening there? I am big concerned. I booted up the PC, checked my email, and then loaded all the major newspaper and news sites up at once. It was how I usually started my morning. You know, no wonder he's not afraid of someone saying that you're gonna die next, cause... But he's already been through stuff, man. I felt extremely alert. I could probably finish my usual routine in less than an hour. Okay, you're not a kid anymore, but what did you guys see as kids? Fear. I won't give up halfway like I did before. This time, the mystery I needed to solve was right in front of me.
Thisシールを見たことはありますか？該当。使われなくなった電話ボックスの影。ポストの裏。道路地図の柱。街のいろいろな場所に貼られています。太った男の顔が2つ合わさっているような、この不気味なシールの名前は、力士シール。このシールが世の中で騒がれ出したのは2007年頃でした。一時期はテレビ番組で取り上げられるなどして話題になったシールです。2009年の渋谷地震以後、めっきり姿を見かけなくなっていましたが、最近、渋谷の街でまたこのシールを見かけるようになりました。
They sure have been appearing again.
先日は、こんなものも。一見、無作為に貼られているシールですが、
I don't know, something like that looks pretty deliberate.
実は、ある共通点があるのです。これと、これと、これ。
I was gonna say two of those are for murder scenes, so if I had to guess, the other one is too.
これら3つのシールは、近頃渋谷を賑わせている事件の現場近くで撮影したものです。
Excellent, okay, great.
これは、通称、こっちみんな、の事件現場の、向かいのカラオケボックスに貼られていたもの。これは、通称、音漏れタン、の事件現場の、近くの街灯に貼られていたもの。
Okay, so this is the one that Takaru and the gang don't know about yet. But someone knows?
これは、通称、回転デッドの事件現場の向かいのラブホテルに貼られていたものです。そう、いずれも一連の連続猟奇事件の現場に貼られていたのです。
Yeah, that's normal behavior.
単なる偶然と思われた方もいらっしゃると思いますが、こっちみんな、と、回転デッド。この2つの事件は、それぞれマンションの5階と、ラブホテルの3階で起きています。
Yeah? I wondered about that. How do you get a sticker on a 5th story condo without anyone noticing?
そして、これらの2つのシールは、まるで事件現場を覗くように、それぞれ隣の建物の5階と3階に貼ってありました。
Oh, it's exactly like what you said, Rick. They're absolutely watching.
音漏れタンのシールも同様です。現場を見渡せる街灯に貼ってありました。果たして、これは偶然でしょうか？このシールの作者は誰なのか？一体何の目的で貼られているのか？そして、一連の事件と何か関係しているのか？
I know it's very creepy. I'm extremely glad that I've decided to stick with this game. Like, I believed the hype, but it did have like a little bit of a slow pace yesterday, but like I am very hooked now. Kid sees a sticker in multiple murder scene. Neat, I'm gonna put it over my bed. I'm sure it'll be fine.
引き続き、調査を進めていきたいと思います。
I'm loving how creepy this is, man. Yeah, literally he gets told he's gonna die and he's like, I'm gonna put this sticker where it could see me. Cause that's the smart thing to do.
最後に。こっちみんな、9月7日。音漏れタン、9月19日。回転デッド、9月29日。これら3つの事件の日付が、6年前に渋谷で起こったニュージェネレーションの狂気という連続猟奇事件の日付と一致していることに、皆さんお気づきでしょうか？もしも力士シールが、今現在渋谷で起こっている事件と関係しているのなら、同じように6年前の事件とも関係しているのかもしれません。
Oh, that's true. I wonder if the kids will figure that out. And try and look for any stickers in the previous ones.
再生数5。これってまだ俺たちしか見てないってことだよな。まあまだアップしてから24時間も経ってないけどさ。
Oh wait, this is their video?
おい、同じ渋谷タグで素人が適当に特集した連続不審火の動画は100超えてるぞ。
Oh yeah, I mean they did talk about making videos before, but it was so creepy I didn't consider it would be them. Or that it was a video, to be fair.
3000超えてんじゃん。
Dang. Uploading videos really be like that.
生活していると渋谷地震で死んだ者の霊が取り付き不思議な力が手に入る。こんなので3000？
They really got beat by the algorithm. Can't believe he posted it at the wrong time of day.
おい、聞いてんのか
？I don't feel well. I tried my hardest to avoid looking at it directly, but screwed up.
そんな気持ち悪いか？このシール。
気持ち悪いだろ。
そりゃ気持ちのいいデザインじゃないけどな。
お前は日頃からグロ画像とか見慣れてるからだろ。
You maniac girl is a frog!
いや、それとは関係ないだろ
う。I raised my head off the desk. Ito's Pokecam was displaying the news video we'd made and uploaded to Nick and Nia last night. The one about the sumo stickers. The thumbnail was a close-up of that sticker. So are we talking about what happened here? did something happen? You close that eyeball right now. You stop it. Calm down. It was just a hallucination. You imagined it. Oh, okay. Okay. So it did happen. You looked again and it wasn't there.
ただいまってどうしたのタク。
いや
I almost jumped out of my chair when the door opened. I turned around and saw Serica frowning. Everything's fine.
ご飯だよ。
Probably.
買ってこいって言ったのタクじゃん。
She was right. I'd spent all the lunchtime going around the school taking video of the preparations for the fair, so I could have this time to use as I pleased. I'd missed lunch. What a pain.
はい、しんちゃんはハムサンドとコーヒー牛乳。
And sandwich, let's go!
Oh, thank you.
タクはカロリーブロックとマウンテンビュー。よく飽きないね。
A calorie block? Excuse me? Stop hassling me about it.
栄養バランスを考えたらこれが一番効率がいいんだ。
Bro sounds like he lives in Charlotte. Oh my lord. Why, yes, I will have
焼きそば
Archon
と
loaf.
酒おにぎりとクリー
But I
ム
will
パン
like it.
とチョココロネとアンパンとグレープフルーツが私で
Grapefruit.
相変わらず燃費悪いな。女子だろ。
女子だよ。
Don't make that. Why are you asking face at me?
はなちゃん、はいロリポップ。
Oh, she got her a lollipop. I love that for her.
円数中か。
Ah, yes, ESO2.
はなちゃん、はいこれ。
I didn't know that one came out
ちょ
yet.
っとしてるの？ん？なに隠さないでよ。レアアイテムでも出た？
It's okay. In my heart, I know it's 14.
うんうん。
A strange kind of grappling match began it as Kazuki tried to hand the screen or hide the screen, and Serica tried to see it.
なんだろうな。
She's just trying to vibe in the corner, you know? I can't. I love that for her. She chillin'.
俺ら新聞部って男に女3通、それなりにそれなりな男女比じゃん。
Where did that come from?
しかしちっともリア充集がしないのはなぜだ。あんな風に女子がふざけ合ってれば。
わかった。じゃあする
They
ね
are really freaking fighting back there.
もう少しこっちが色気に当てられてドキドキしてもいいはずなのに。
ちょっと待て。僕はリア充だって言ってるだろ。もう一席。
それもも
Whatever
うい
you
い。
say, Takaru. Whatever you say, buddy.
尾上。副部長は？
あ、
Serica froze. Concerned?
うん。今日も来ないと思う。文化祭の準備が忙しそうだし。
Oh, that makes sense.
それになんかのんちゃんこの間から変なんだよね。元気ないんだ。
I wonder what's wrong, she whispered. By lately, she probably meant since after Nono met Arimura. It was true that after that, she'd given up on telling me not to follow the case. Either way, thanks to that... What, we got more for the board? We've been able to focus on the case without being interrupted. Since she'd met Arimura, huh?
よし、食べながらでいい。始めよう、和樹。変数、一旦落ちてもらっていいか。情報を整理するから。
But her game! She may have been waiting for something to spawn, or maybe she was just good at a good stopping point, because she quit the game with much less cajoling than expected. Cajoling? I don't know. She started printing out data from the PC. Now then. There was a lot of new information, but I'd spent so much time making the video that the board was the same way it had been. Oh, so they do! Okay, so they do know about the one at the other crime scene. So they have them at all three. It was time to go over it. First, I should start with what I can't put on the map.
右のスペースが空いてるな。よし。まずそっちにチューブラリンな懸案事項を貼り付けよう。
チューブラリン？
ほら、例の動画とか。
そうか。よし、そんなら。
Ito forced himself to swallow what he was eating.
関わりがあるかもしれない動画は全部ここに貼っちゃおうぜ。
Yeah, that's the way to go. We got a video spot.
じゃあ、まとめウィキに突然貼られた動画は、ラブホテルの中を外から撮ったやつだから。
Eat this one. Video goes here.
その概要が。
Here's the summary. Pog.
この動画のせいなんだよな。
That I had that weird hallucination. It was just a plain old wipe. So, why did it seem so strange? Yeah, I'm sure it was plain. Puppy, what were you checking? You got up and left and came right back.
いいから、とりあえずお前は聞いてろよ。
Where was I?
伊藤、この動画、結局まとめウィキに貼り付けた人間って捕まってないんだよな。
ああ、ネットじゃ週末はかなり祭りになったけどな。テレビでも報道されてたから。
That's right. People on the internet like to make fun of TV and newspapers, but the biggest cause of online festivals is mainstream media attention.
でも、それに関しての続報が、つまり燃料がない。そのまま丸3日、下火気味か？
事件が事件なだけにそういっぺんには離れてないけど、あと週末に更新が炎上してたろ？
Huh? Oh no, I didn't know what he meant.
あれな。
Yes, that thing, of course.
更新は復興事業の中心となった企業だろ？
She's just
復興
chowing
の時に
down.
街中に張り巡らされた監視カメラの設置にも噛んでるらしくてさ。それにプライバシーを侵害されたっていう人がイチャモンつけて、それについて更新の対応者が横柄な態度を取ったとかなんとかで、確か今朝提訴まで行ったはず。
Interesting.
そうそう、よくある話だよ。んで、そっちにちょっと人が流れてる感じがある。
I see, so that was it.
動画の炎上に関しては、いたずらとか捏造っていうやつが出てきて、それを主流派が潰している最中。
So it was self-feeding then. Either way, without fresh fuel, it would eventually have to go out.
まあ、いたずらや捏造っていうやつの気持ちもわからなくはないけど。
But after having been there, I knew it wasn't. That's right. I should put up the video of the room too.
カズキ、ラブホテルの動画適当に切り出してくれるか？
Print it off. Thank you. Okay, that's all.
あと一応これもな。
Pog. We got our little stickers. Why was he putting that up there?
なんだよ。
別に新聞部の動画は貼らなくても。
ほらよ、気持ち悪いもん、俺。
See, even the self-proclaimed girl says so. Excuse me.
何が関係してくるかわかんないだろ。それにこのシールは事件の鍵かもしれないんだろ。
He's believing in the theory.
それはそうかもしれないけど。
あのな、君悪がりすぎだっつうの。ほら、シールもまとめるぞ。
Bro, this was your theory, okay? You did this. I know you're creeped out now, but this was you. You can only say that because you haven't seen it with its eye open. Well, it hadn't actually opened. Or did it?
女子かよ。
男子だ。
Fine, fine. There were a lot of sumo stickers in the other images anyway. I shouldn't let it bother me. I was going to avoid looking at them directly too much.
じゃあシールに関してこれまでにまとめた事件を付け出したけど、こっちにの現場が見える位置にあった力士シールの引きの画像は
the Don't Look at Me case. The karaoke one.
それは
力士シールが貼られていたところの引きの画像。
I was gonna say I was so like pulled back. For a second I was like,
いや、そりゃ見ればわかる。それがどうかしたのか。
うん、まあ力士シールを見つけた時から少し気になってたんだけど、どうやって貼ったんだ。これ4階だぞ、ここ。
Yeah, that is my question, or one of my many questions.
窓を開けて乗り出せば届くんじゃねえの？
But I thought there was no window attached or close
こ
enough.
この窓ははめ殺し。
You know, that also would be a problem.
え、そうか。お前言ったんだもんな、人柄。
だから人柄じゃない。歌ってない。
We were undercover.
他の現場はどうなってる？
I still say going to karaoke alone. It's what Kiryu does. It is completely acceptable. It's one of the best ways. Ito ignored my protests and motioned for me to continue. It wasn't karaoke alone.
次は音漏れたんか。で、そうか。ここはまだ力士シールの画像を貼ってなかった。
True! I forgot about that, but you're right. Absolutely. When I'd gone to the scene 2 days ago on Sunday, I'd found a sticker on a nearby telephone pole, just like I'd expected.
そのアップの画像は新聞部の動画にも使ったやつだから。
Right here. It really was creepy up close. Don't look at it. Don't look at it.
で、その引きの画像が。
That's a great question, actually. I sure have forgotten which one it is. Oh, well, that's a telephone pole. Is it this one? Although, as soon as I said it, both of them had telephone poles, so... Can I get them wrong?
貼ろうと思えば誰でも貼れるよな。
だけど
I want to think that the game would get mad at me.
回転デッドの力士シールの引きの画像は
Oh, not in the common route? Okay. The long range, what is this? Because the other one's a close-up one. I think you have to get them right in the other route.
これも貼られていたのは外壁だ。窓はあるけどとても届く距離じゃない。
そう？ 長い棒の先っぽとかにくっつけてピタンってやればいけそうじゃない？
Had she already finished eating all that? Well, yeah, bro, she was freaking munching.
いや、それ届くだろうけど、でもカラオケボックスの方は無理だろう。
ギブ。
That wasn't the answer I was looking for.
ちょっと食べ過ぎた。長い棒でなら届くんじゃない？
んなことしてたら一発でバレるだろ。
じゃあビルの清掃員さんみたいにしてとか。
First a long pole and then that?
まあそれはありえるか。
But not probable.
どうした？
なんていうか、こんだけ異常な事件なのに棒の先っぽにくっつけてとか清掃員みたいにっていうのはロープを伝ってか？まあとにかくそういうマットな手段で力士シールを貼ってる犯人の姿っていうのが想像できなくて。
Well, that's if the guy who put them up there is the same one behind all the deaths.
いや、犯人が貼ってるかどうかはわからないだろう。つか直接的な犯人なんているのか？3件とも今のところ警察は自殺って発表してるんだぞ。
でもこっちみんなの事件の直前、部屋に訪ねてきた何者かを警察は追ってもいるんだろう。
And? I still felt like there was someone on the other side of that door.
俺は事件の裏側を知ってる何者かのメッセージな気がするけどな。
A message?
回転デッドの被害者である柿田が死ぬ直前にどういう状態であったかはわからないけど、仮に前の2件と同じように異常な精神状態にあったとしたら、それを生み出す何か、そうだな、薬物とかを3人とも服用してるとかで、その薬物の謎を知ってる人間がシールを貼ったとか。
何のために？
それは分からんけど。お前はどう思うんだよ。
Huh?
僕は
I mean, saying it's drugs is like a somewhat logical answer. So what was the deal with those stickers around the crime scene? Let me think.
力士シールを貼ること自体が目的だとか。
あ？
バットメンは知ってるだろ。
Batman? Excuse me? Hold on. An extraordinarily famous American comic book, also the name of the heroes of the comic, launched in the 1930s, and as of 2015 there are many cartoons, movies, and... So he is just literally referencing Batman. Okay, excellent, great. I just wanted to be sure. I had a feeling, but I just, you know, I had to know.
あれでしょ？コウモリがでっかい鋼鉄の赤マント人間に変身して糸出して子供をさらっていくあれ。
Excuse me? He what? You know, that makes it even better. Yes. I would watch this, I would watch this. Wrong! No! Man. I'm sobbing. Batman wasn't any of that, actually. I think that's about 5 or 6 different comics mixed together. You know, I think she's onto something. Maybe she needs to write.
作中にジョーカーっていうまあ悪役がいて、彼は現場にトレードマークとしてトランプのジョーカーを残すことがあるんだ。残さない場合も彼自身がトランプのジョーカーのような顔をしているから、いずれの場合も現場にはジョーカーがいたという事実が残る。
そのジョーカーっていう人は は何に変身して子供をさらうの？
Man, what are you talking about?
なんだ？力士シールみたいな外見のやつが愉快犯的に3人を自殺に見せかけて殺して、力士シールをトレードマークとして貼ってるってか？
You know, he's taking it a little bit too literal, but he's doing his best.
いや、例えばだぞ。
じゃあ、なんで直接死体の上に力士シールを置かないんだよ。
He's so close, but so far.
だから例えばだって。
そもそもなんでニュージェネレーションの狂気と同じ日付で事件が起こってるんだ？
Now you're asking a very good question.
それこそ僕にわかるわけないだろ。
I tried to calm Ito down.
とにかく今ある情報をまとめちゃおう。話はそれから。
だな。力士シールだったか。
うん。一つ大きな動きがあったから。壁一面に貼られていた力士シールの場所は渋谷のガード下だから。
Did anything happen in Shibuya Bridge?
で、その画像がその概要が
改めて見ると不気味だな。ここまで大量に貼られたことって過去にあったのか？
過去の力士シールの数のピークは地震前の2009年だけど、その時でもこんなに一箇所に貼られたことはなかったと思う。だよな。
うん、こんなのは見たことない。
なんで知ってんだ
？Because Serica said as she looked at me.
昔タクと調べたことあるもん。
Excuse me?
は？
一つ一つ渋谷に貼られてるやつね、タク。
ああ、まあちょこっとな。
That was part of my dark history, though.
結構がっつり調べたじゃん。大きな謎が隠されているって言って陰謀だって。
What do you mean by dark history? Net slang, an embarrassing part of your history that you would rather not talk about, and that you wish was forgotten. Its origin can be found in a certain famous giant robot anime. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Continue. Hey, you idiot.
陰謀？
Don't look at me like that.
お前、2009年って小学6年だろ？そんな時から都市伝説マニアだったのか？
I mean, clearly.
他にも調べたんだよ。くねくねとかアポカリプティックサウンドとか。
とにかくだな。これを貼った人間はまだ捕まっていない。
で、小学6年の時にすでにかわいそうだった宮代くんの調査によると。
You mean I was a sad little boy?
そもそも力士シールを生み出した人間が誰かとか、その目的とかっていうのは分かってないんだな。
そうだよ。
じゃあ場合によってはその人間が一連の事件に関与している可能性もある。
That's kind of iconic, Rick. Not gonna lie to you. I understand, but it's like... That's kind of great. Have you ever, like, tried again since? I really want to play that game someday.
可能性はあると思う。
You have not! The trauma. The trauma of the dark history. 20 years later. It's rough, man. Of course, it was also possible that someone other than the creator was using them. But they'd been at all the crime scenes so far. It just felt like they had to be involved.
現状出揃っている歴史シールはこれだけだよな。
あ
あ。じゃあ今後の歴史シールに関する方針だけど。
I keep telling myself
壁一面に貼られた歴史シールのとこ
that
ろ
I'm
に
gonna stop soon
監視カメラを設置しようと思う。
once we get out of this section, and then he's just like, I have so much lore to drop right now. You can't stop me. And I'm like, I respect it, but I also have things I need to do tonight. But the board!
この歴史シール気になるんだ。こんなに一度にシールが貼られたことがなかったっていうのもあるんだけど。
Actually, yeah. I guess I needed a picture.
カズキ。
I've lost power after a long day of mining in old Harvest Moon games and refused to pick the game back up after losing all the ores I got. That is also really tragic, man. I just changed Ramsey to a Dragoon and thought I'd have time to get new gear and level up a bit. Gabe said, nope, you have to go do a 3-phase boss fight right now. Oh no!
カズキ。
That freaking sucks. She was too busy playing ESO2 to listen.
カズキ。新聞部の動画に使った街中の歴史シール切り出してくれるか。
More sumo stickers. Stat.
で
これが街中に貼ってあった歴史シール。さっきの壁一面に貼られた歴史シールと見比べてくれ。
Some of these are looking a little different. I wasn't going to look myself, though. I didn't want to feel sick anymore. When I'd realized this in my room yesterday, I've been staring at them so long I literally felt like I was about to throw up.
Huh? いや、だから歴史シールだろ。
じゃあこれまでの事件現場のやつとも。
Ito took a careful look at the picture I showed him.
Oh.
So he saw it then.
何？どうしたの？
デザインが違う。
Ito kept his eyes locked on the image. Surprised? I'm not a sad little boy after all, am I? Okay, time for a lecture.
うん。歴史シールにはいろんなデザインがある。これはシールが発見された当初からそうだったんだ。
Oh no. I have heard of the Baldur's Gate 3 saves. I'm so sorry. I've been having slightly rough luck in Ni no Kuni, where I've had the game crash, and as that game is old, it sure does not have autosave. You can save whenever, but I would just be like, minding my business. And I mean, it's not hard. Like, the game isn't hard, so I wouldn't be thinking about saving, unless I like go to like the inn to sleep. And now I'm like, it's crashed too many times that I save like, well, I think it's crashed like 3 or 4 times. But some of the times it's done that is after I've done like hours of side quests and like I was sobbing. I was like, how could this happen? So now I just I go ham. I'm like, it's like, it doesn't matter if you hate me. If you hate me, game, we're just doing this. I'm just gonna save after I do a few things every, like, freaking 15 minutes or whatever. Yeah. I think it's always been, it'd be like, yeah, okay, I did all this side quests and now I'm gonna go start to the main quest again, and then just the game crashes and I'm like, but why?
ヒゲがあるのとか、泣いてるのとか、頭部が異常に膨らんでるのとか、まあとにかくいろいろ。
And unfortunately, I had to just force myself to do it, because if not, I think I probably just wouldn't. So I was like, well, we're not grinding anything this time. I'm not doing extra battles. We're just zooming. At least I know where to go, but I'm mad about it. So I just tried to race through it angrily.
このせいでオリジナルの歴史シールっていうのはどれかわからなくなってるんだ。講義で見ればグラフィティに属するこういう行為は模倣犯が大量に発生するからこうなるケースが多いんだけど、当事者たち以外にはどれが模倣犯の仕業でどれが最初に貼った人間の仕業かはわからない。でも今回の場合、事件現場と壁一面に貼られた歴史シールのデザインは完全に一致してるんだ。
じゃあ現場に貼ったやつとこの壁一面に貼ったやつは同一人物？
いや、それはわからない。偶然同じだけかもしれない。街中に貼られていた単独の歴史シールの中にも現場と同じデザインの歴史シールはあったから。
Ito sighed disappointed.
なんだよ、それじゃあ。
でも過去に例がないほど大量に貼られれば気になるだろう。もしも同一人物だとしたら次に事件が起こるのがこの場所だっていう可能性もある。
And if we could get a video of it happening, it would be the biggest scoop imaginable.
それはまあな。でもいいのか？
About what?
勝手に街中にカメラ設置してその映像を見るって、要は盗撮だろ。せめて次のニュージェネの日付の10月10日付近まで待った方が明らかに部活の範疇じゃないだろう。
Yeah, that would be probably a little easier.
勝手に街中にカメラ設置してその映像を見るって、要は盗撮だろ。せめて次のニュージェネの日付の10月10日付近まで待った方が明らかに部活の範疇じゃないだろう。
My guy, this went beyond what a school's club is supposed to do when you freaking went to the Love Hotel and went to the crime scene.
クルスみたいなこと言うなよ。
みたいに言ってんだよ。バレたらどうなるか。俺は嫌だからな、殺されるのは。
I thought he was gonna be like, I don't want to go to jail.
だからのんちゃんのことを怖がりすぎだってば。ねえ、花ちゃん。
I was thinking of the wrong thing. Me too, man, me too.
ほら。
She's great. No, she's clearly not listening. I bet she is. I want to
ク
believe.
ルスなら大丈夫だろう。なんだか最近ガミガミ言ってこないし。
She's just judging from a distance.
そうだけどよ。
Don't pussy out on me, man.
チャンスなんだよ。手がかりが歴史シールしかなくて、そのシールの中に気になるところがある。最高の結果になれば先頭を打てて犯人の目星がつく。しかも警察より先に。最悪でも無駄骨だったで終わりだろ。
Still, Ito thought for a second about something, probably Kurusu.
わかったよ。部長はお前だ。
He nodded in resignation. Alright.
現状でのボードを使っての情報整理はこんなところか。
Are we done with board time? Pog?
おー、このボード初めてこんなに大きく使うね。
We sure have. It's got a lot going on right now. I love it. Big fan. Serica looked at all the papers posted up on it.
確かにな。今までは別にきちんと整理するまでもないやつばっかりだったからな。
Did she just hit the wall again? Did I just hear her get upset? Did she just lose a roll for a rare item? Or if a kill gets stolen?
ああ、花ちゃんダメだよ。壁へこんじゃうよ。
There's a pretty big dent in it already, actually.
どうした？
I hope she didn't either. Oh, it'd be funny though. Ito was still looking at the board. Was there something I'd forgotten to go over?
いや、さっき途中でいろいろ出たわかんないことだけどよ。なんでニュージェネの日付に合わせて事件が起こっているのかとか、なんで現場じゃなくて少し離れたところに歴史シールがあるのかとか。
なんかわかったのか？
No, that's not it. Ito shook his head.
こうしてみれば案外そのおかげで俺ら先に進めてんなと思って。ニュージェネの日付は渋谷ニュースの K さんも気づいてたけど、現場の歴史シールってまだ俺らしか気がついてないだろ。
This is true.
こんなこと前にあったか？
That's true, yeah.
チャンスってことだろ。
確かにそう思わないとそんな状況かもな。
Ito smiled, as if he'd gotten over his doubts.
でどうする？カメラブノはさすがにまずいからお前のでいいか？
ああ、前に自宅の防犯用に買って余っちゃった人感式のやつを持ってきてるから。それで仮に一旦10月10日まで撮影するとしてもバッテリーは持つ。
What if it's something dumb like only future victims could see them? Oh no. I mean, it could be anything, so it very well be. It could be that. I don't know.
よし、じゃあ早速今から行くか。
あ、それなんだけど。ん？お前一人で行ってきてくれないか？
Bro scared.
は？お前は？
有村さんにもう一度話を聞きに行く。
Oh, okay.
昨日は歴史シールと動画のアップでバタバタしてて無理だったから。
Ito looked surprised and fell silent for a moment.
いや。
Oh yeah, did he tell anyone?
そりゃ確かにあの子には聞きたいことはたくさんあるけどよ。でも先週生徒会室で会った時になんつうか有無を言わさぬ感じっつうか得体が知らないっつうか怖くなかったかあの子。
She said he was gonna be the next to die. I'm pretty sure he definitely was scared of her. I could tell what Ito was trying to say. Kine Arimura had been a cheerful girl, at least when she was talking to Kurusu. But the second I brought up the Love Hotel incident...
あなただったんですか？部屋に入ったっていううちの生徒は。
Everything about her changed. Her voice was flat and emotionless, telling me nothing about what she was really thinking. And...
あなた、殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
お前あの時なんか言われたんだろ？ あの子に。それがなんか関係あんのか？
いや、別に言われてないよ。
Okay. He's keeping that on the down low, I guess. Ito's thoughts, on the other hand, were extremely easy to follow. He didn't believe a word I said.
まあいいさ。とにかくあの現場にいたのはお前たちなんだからな。
He must have come up with some probable answer that satisfied him.
でもお前一人で聞きに行けんのか？絶対挙取るだろ。
ああ、私もタクと行くよ。タク、まだ有村さんに慣れてないでしょ？
Shut up. I would just get a little nervous.
なんだよ。
いや、しかしお前ら四六時中一緒にいるよな。
別に四六時中ってわけじゃないだろ。
Just she and I?
お？
She and I had been friends for our whole lives.
へえ。
What are you trying to say?
それこそ挙取った流れで否定しないのがお前ららしいなと思っただけだ。
は
あ？お前、本当にリア充じゃないわ。
What did you say?
んじゃあ、お前と尾上は有村さん担当な。
オッケ
ー。おい、ちょっと待て。僕は。
で、俺と和樹。
Was he actually taking her? That's pretty good. She's gonna have withdrawal.
なんかいきなりやってきた敵キャラの群れにやられちゃったんだって。
Oh, rest in peace. MPK maybe? No, wait a second.
どの道、和樹は部室から出てまで部活動するやつじゃないだろう。
じゃあ、俺がカメラ担当で。
オッケー。
You got it, buddy. I believe.
行ってきます。
いってらっしゃい。
Ito silently took the bag with the camera and from me and said,
せちがれ。
I'm sure he'll be fine. With those mysterious words, he disappeared into the hallway.
しんちゃん、どうしたの？
わからん。
Alright. Well, I'd say that's probably our best place to spot. Or to stop, rather. I really can't speak. It's fine. I'm losing my mind. I might just... Yeah, that's... I think we'll just read this next time. Let me just, I think that's a good place to end. A solid 4 hours. True! The urge to keep going, but I do have some other plans that I need to... that I think are still happening, so... The real question is... Will I survive until Saturday? Or will we get the rare elusive Thursday stream? We'll find out! Lord. When are you streaming next? Probably Saturday. Most likely. But if I did get a little too excited, potentially Thursday, but it'll probably just be Saturday, knowing me. But I am very excited to continue because this game has definitely got me intrigued. So I'm invested. But yeah, I'm gonna head out and grab something to eat and see if people are still around to do some stuff, and yeah, thank you guys for hanging out today. I'm glad to take you along on this crazy ride. everyone was like, what's Chaos Child? And I was like, listen, you just have to trust me. I've heard it's good. So I think it's proving itself so far. But yeah, you guys all have a good week, and I will be back soon. Goodbye, friends!